We go from west to east in the 2024 World Series. The Los Angeles Dodgers holding a 2-0 series lead over the New York Yankees in the first World Series game to be played at the Bronx since the Yanks won it all in 2009. The Dodgers are in this commanding position, but the shoulder injury that Shohei Ohtani suffered in Game 2 dulled the joy of that latest triumph. He's expected to play tonight. But as for the Yankees, they find themselves with their backs against the wall, but as favorites for the first time in this series. With the pitching matchup between Clark Schmidt and Walker Buehler for tonight's game. Hello everybody, I am Alec Nava, John Ott in just a moment. So it's Game 3. Clark Schmidt against Walker Buehler. The starting lineups look like this, beginning with the visiting LA Dodgers. Shohei Ohtani in the lineup, leading off from the designated hitter spot. Mookie Betts at right field, Freddie Freeman at first base. That's the top three of this lineup. Teoscar Hernandez at left field. He moves back to the 4 spot. Max Muncy batting 5th at third base. Will Smith batting 6th at catcher. Gavin Lux 7th, second base. Kike Hernandez at center field. And to round it out, Tommy Edman switching back to shortstop, batting at the bottom of this order. For the Yankees, the lineup looks somewhat different, but relatively similar to everything else in this World Series. The top 3 remains unchanged. In fact, the top 5 remains unchanged. Gleyber Torres at second base, Juan Soto right field, Aaron Judge center field, Giancarlo Stanton DH, Jazz Chisholm Jr. third base. The switches at the 6 and 7 spots between Anthony Volpe, who is now batting 6th and continuing to be at the shortstop position, Anthony Rizzo, the first baseman, batting 7th now. Jose Trevino is in, batting 8th in the place of Austin Wells, who has been defensively solid, but his batting struggles have continued. Alex Verdugo at the 9th spot at left field. So, entering this game, there are so many things to wonder in Game 3 of this World Series, in the 120th edition of such. Assuming the voting results for Shohei Ohtani and Aaron Judge go as we expect them to go, it's only the 7th World Series to feature this year's 2 MVPs. But as the series shifts to the Bronx, the Dodgers have 2-0, the big stars have big questions right up against them. That is about Ohtani's injury and Judge's invisibility. Ohtani suffered a left shoulder subluxation in the 7th inning of the Dodgers' 4-2 victory. So we are yet to see how effective he is going to be for tonight's action. So the injury did look bad, but we learned that Ohtani is going to play. So as my camera is bugging out, and I apologize for that. So in this game, so even if he does play, it is yet to be seen if Ohtani is at the full extent of his capabilities. But with or without his booming bat, the Dodgers are in a very good position to win this series. Both games at Dodger Stadium came down to a bases-loaded situation. Both times with an LA victory. Now, the Dodgers are 2 wins away from the MLB's ultimate prize. And for their first title in a full season since 1988. The Yankees, on the other hand, aren't sweating an injury when it comes to Judge, but they have to feel better about their chance of mounting a rally in this series if his bat would come into play. Judge has noticeably struggled this postseason as throughout his postseason career. And for 2 games for the Dodgers, against the Dodgers, Judge is 1 of 9 with 6 strikeouts. The postseason as a whole, he's 6 of 40 with 19 strikeouts. That's a far cry from a regular season where it's 58 long balls, 144 RBIs, and 1.159 OPS made for one of the best performances by a right-handed hitter in MLB history. And Judge said, quote, "I definitely got to step up, and I've got to do my job. Guys around me are doing their jobs, getting on base, and I'm failing at backing them up. We got to turn around in Game 3. And the Yankees are up against it now. Just 15 teams in 92 tries won a best-of-7 postseason series after losing the first 2 games. And so, as their Game 3 starter Clark Schmidt is taking the ball against Walker Buehler, They're going to have to feed off the energy in front of a hungry crowd that hasn't seen a World Series home game in the Bronx since 2009 when they won it all. With Derek Jeter, Jorge Posada, and Joe Girardi. In fact, Jeter is going to throw the ceremonial first pitch at this game, getting some words of advice from former President George W. Bush. So first pitch is set for 8:08 p.m. Eastern Time. Bueller's regular season didn't go as expected at all when he returned from a second Tommy John surgery, but he's had a strong postseason for LA. His final line against the San Diego Padres in Game 3 of the NLDS looks worse than his overall performance, but he then bounced back in a pivotal Game 3 in the NLCS where he threw 4 scoreless innings against the Mets. He has always been a strong postseason performer. His next challenge is going to be his biggest, to help the Dodgers take an even more commanding series lead in the Bronx. For Schmidt, he is making his third career postseason start and his first in the World Series. He tossed 4 2/1 innings of 2-run ball in each of his first 2 outings since October. No decisions against the Kansas City Royals and the Cleveland Guardians. He pitched with a 4.50 ERA, however, and 8 home starts in the regular season. So one can say that he is much better on the road, given that he has a 1.39 ERA and 8 road outings. For the lineup, we'd assume that Ohtani will be available in the leadoff spot. If he's not able to play, or if he re-aggravates that shoulder injury, Freddie Freeman could slide to the DH role, allowing the Dodgers to play Andy Pages or Miguel Rojas. But for now, the lineup remains unchanged when going up against lefties. So Jose Trevino has to start in Game 3 over Austin Wells, who has 441 this postseason and 1 of 8 in the first 2 World Series games. Rizzo and Volpe have flipped spots in the order in games 1 and 2. In the bullpen side, Anthony Banda, Alex Vezia, Michael Kopech, and Blake Trinan pitched in the first 2 games and could be somewhat limited heading into Game 3. Having the off day helps, but the Dodgers need to be mindful of the fact they have a bullpen game lined up in Game 4, which is tomorrow. But if the Dodgers take an early lead and have an opportunity to win a third game in the series, Roberts is going to be aggressive with his high leverage guys, which includes Trinan, who's been the de facto closer of the Dodgers. Vezia got the save in Game 2. The Yankees, they had to backfill Game 2 after Carlos Rodon registered only 10 outs. Jay Cousins pitched 21 times, Tim Hill 14, Coy Holmes 23, and Mark Leiter Jr. 9. They were all used, but an off day between games helps. However, Cousins and Holmes may be limited given that they pitched in Game 1. But there's no bigger injury concern for the Dodgers than Ohtani's left shoulder situation, in a moment in which the entire baseball world stopped. As of right now, it seems he is on the lineup as of now. So as for who is hot and who is not, let's take a look into this. Tommy Edman is continuing his hot hitting streak after a 2-hit game with a solo shot and a double in Game 2. Freddie Freeman also homered in back-to-back games, which extends his World Series home run streak to 4 games. The Yankees have Juan Soto obviously being the hottest batter right now. He was the only Yankee to have a hit before the 9th inning. Of his 4 home runs this postseason, 3 of them gave the Yanks the lead. 1 of them has tied the game. Giancarlo Stanton has 6 homers and 14 RBI this postseason. And Anthony Rizzo has produced a .520 on-base percentage. Judge is continuing his slump, now is 6 of 40, with 19 strikeouts in this postseason. Jazz Chisholm Jr. and Austin Wells have both struggled, with batting averages of 186 and .098. Derek Jeter was on the Fox studio before. Now he's going to throw the ceremonial first pitch in front of nearly 40,000 fans here at the Bronx. There was a lot packed into the first 2 World Series games at Dodger Stadium. The Freddie Freeman walk-off grand slam that brought back vibes to Kirk Gibson in 1988, Shohei Ohtani's injury, a gem from Yoshinobu Yamamoto, and a lot of Aaron Judge strikeouts. Now that everyone's back on the East Coast, there's going to be a pivotal Game 3, telling us whether the Dodgers have this thing in the bag, or whether we have a whole new series. So, when Ohtani slid awkwardly into second base in the 7th inning of Game 2, it's clear that his left shoulder was in a lot of pain. The entire baseball world stopped. Dave Roberts said his shoulder was subluxated. The doctors told that it's a partial dislocation, better than a total separation, but it's not great at all. He's in his usual top spot in Game 3, so it's good news. Still, shoulders are very important. For all the storylines, Ohtani, the most recognizable player in baseball, having the opportunity to lead the Dodgers to a World Series title may be the biggest one. Now we're hoping that he still looks like himself. Is he actually anywhere close to 100%? We're going to find out immediately, given that Ohtani will be the first batter of this game. Secondly, it's about Aaron Judge. Judge is basically shrinking under the bright lights. He's not somehow low on true Yankee points, not a choker. All of that is ridiculous. That's not how the world works, let alone something as difficult as baseball. Yet, we may be seeing this right in front of our very eyes. It's fair to say that if Judge doesn't snap out of his slump soon, the Yankees may be swept in this series. And there will be a lot of off-season and topics why the Yankee superstar slugger vanished in the postseason yet again. The numbers are downright gruesome. 6 of 40, all 4 of runners in scoring position, including 1-9 with 6 strikeouts in the World Series, whiffing on 14 of the 24 swings he's taken. 58.3% of such. Everything about Judge's timing is off right now. He's just whiffing at breaking balls, way behind on fastballs, which is an ominous combination. Gone through stretches like this before. Eventually he could break out of it and seemingly hit home runs for weeks. But the Yankees are running out of time to solve this. How much rope will Walker Buehler get? Remember when we were worried about the Dodgers rotation? How the issues were going to wear out his knockout bullpen? Suddenly the Dodgers, they look reminiscent of what the MLB website compared to the 1990s Atlanta Braves. Game 1, Jack Flaherty threw one pitch that Giancarlo Stanton launched deep into the night. Otherwise, Flaherty was outstanding. Game 2, Yamamoto gave up only 1 hit in 6 1/3 innings. The relief corps, coming off the off day, is as rested as they can heading into Game 3. But considering LA is likely going to have a bullpen game in Game 4, that could change quickly if Buehler looks more like his NLDS and regular season version of himself than the NLCS version. Even Buehler's best start this postseason, which is an 8-0 Game 3 victory over the Mets. He lasted only 4 innings in that game. But Buehler was terrific in that start. He struck out 6 and gave up no runs in just 3 hits. They'd obviously want that again. Truth be told, with that bullpen game looming, some length is going to be helpful for LA. Put it this way, if Buehler leaves the game with the Dodgers in the lead, he's done his job successfully. 4th, can Yankee Stadium provide the boost that the Yanks need? It will be exactly 5,473 days since Yankee Stadium last hosted a World Series game. But now today's that day. Someone's born the night the Yankees beat the Phillies in 2009. They'd be eligible to get their driver's license next year. It's fair to say, the fans of the Bronx Bombers have been waiting for this for a while. It's also fair to say that they expect, after waiting for this long, that they welcome their team back facing a 2-0 series deficit. They're limping, frustrated, having burned their best 2 starting pitchers, ostensibly supposed to be their advantage this series, between Gerrit Cole and Carlos Rodon. The Yankees need to feel like the Yankees again, and the best chance to regain control is have their fans do their thing for the next 3 days. And lastly, can the Dodgers walk down this series? There'll be a certain amusing symmetry to see the Yankees come back from a 3-0 deficit 20 years after becoming the only team to ever blow a 3-0 series lead. And it's certainly not something that any Yankees fan should be counting on. The fact of the matter is, the Dodgers, with a win on Monday and tonight, can take total control of this series and make it result en a fait accompli. The Dodgers' postseason struggles have become very noteworthy as of late, the last 2 years especially, with back-to-back exits in the NLDS. Series for all intents and purposes, if a win, could likely be over. Let's turn over to John Ott.
It's a Monday. I got Alec Nava here with me, and this tenor has certainly changed since we last joined in the Game 1 together. Alec covered Game 2. Yamamoto was excellent, and now the Dodgers have taken a 2-0 series lead inside this World Series. Alec, I know we saw it last year in the Stanley Cup Finals with the Edmonton Oilers. Again, they were down 3-0 and made it a series. But I'm going to go on a limb and say this right now. If the Yankees don't win this Game 3 in the Bronx, this series is as good.
Easier said than done to win tonight in the Bronx, but nonetheless, you want to believe that the energy from this Yankees crowd could provide a boost for the Bronx Bombers. They need to start feeling like themselves, especially Aaron Judge. 6 of 40 with 19 strikeouts in this postseason. It's not just a one-off. It feels like it's an ongoing storyline for Judge. He has to start playing like Aaron Judge again. That means go back to his regular season self, where he had that 58 long balls that tantalized fans throughout. But the Dodgers, they're not worrying about just any sort of injury. It's their superstar, Shohei Ohtani. Left shoulder subluxation. And while he is playing, it's fair to wonder how effective he's going to be tonight.
Yeah, 4-2 victories and 6-3 victory in Game 1, in which we covered together for the Dodgers. You're right. Middle of the order, we talk about Aaron Judge. He's got 20 strikeouts already throughout the postseason. It's not like they've played a ton of games because both of these essentially got first-round byes. No wild cards for either one of them. They've got to find a way to the Yankees to be able to score some runs consistently. And if there is any sort of grace, it might come today. We'll see what happens. I think Fat Joe is performing right now, so I guess they're trying to put all the stops. But Walker Buehler, 1-6, 5.38 ERA, 155 WHIP. He's pretty much, Alec, only pitched about 140 innings roughly over the last 3 years combined. The Yankees have got to hit him up tonight.
They have to. They have to make sure that he stays put at regular season /NODS form. The one game in which he pitched a quality game, he lasted 4 innings. Even so, he did the job. The Dodgers would be happy to have him exit after, say, 5 innings, and then get your highest leverage arms out. Say, 5 innings, and limit the Yankees at bay like they did in games 1 and 2. We were concerned about starting pitching rotation for the Dodgers entering this World Series. Turns out both Jack Flaherty and Yoshinobu Yamamoto have been solid. Outside of some flare-ups by Flaherty and Yamamoto, it was only those flare-ups that have been just low mistakes for them. Yamamoto, the one hit he gave up was the Juan Soto home run. In fact, no Yankee had a hit outside of Soto in Game 2 until the 9th inning. That was a pitching masterclass from the Dodgers.
I could certainly say in the camera shots that we're seeing on Fox, Jazz Chisholm looks very relaxed. I certainly don't see anything in the Yankees' body language that tells me that this series is over anytime soon. But Alec and I are telling you honestly that this Game 3 is going to determine a lot for New York. We already know that the Dodgers are on the front runners of the driver's seat, regardless of whatever's going on with Shohei Ohtani. The rest of that lineup, Alec, I know it's been hit and miss a little bit with Garrett Cole. He had to deal with some of the Rodon stuff the other day, but I think this lineup is more dangerous right now than the Yankees. Would you say so?
With the way they're playing like it, yeah. So, especially Freddie Freeman, with his 2 home runs in as many games. If he keeps this up, he might as well win World Series MVP.
I thought when they were going into it, I know it's half jokingly for me, I thought that Freddie Freeman was dealing with some injury concerns, but it really doesn't look like it.
Well, he's definitely showing shades of Kirk Gibson in 1988, like what Joe Davis remarked.
Yeah, it's looked pretty good. And I want to just mention this really quick. I think we're going to have one more festivities, so we're not going to start on time, I guess. But for the Yankees, I'm looking back on this for Clark Schmidt. His numbers are actually really good. I know the record is 5-5, but it's a 2.85 ERA, a 118 WHIP, only 30 walks and 93 strikeouts. I think he's going to have to do pretty well. I think he probably will, considering what we've seen from him this year.
He has on the road. Same has to be said at home, considering it's one of those weird phenomenons, John, where a pitcher is better on the road and then falters at home. I don't know what it is for Clark Schmidt, but he appears to be falling under that category. He has performed nicely at Kauffman and at Progressive Field. Can he do the same at the Bronx?
Well, thank you for letting me know that. So that'll be something that I can definitely watch for in this Game 3. I know you covered Game 2 in its entirety. What were your passing thoughts when it was done?
It was a home run fest early, but then the pitching did the rest for the Dodgers. Between Yamamoto and the relievers, Kopech, Trinan, Vezina, they did the job. Especially Kopech, who limited the damage to no hits when the Yankees bats were going up against him. Trinan was hit or miss, and he was responsible for a bases loaded jam in the ninth, but Vezina made sure to get the Dodgers out of it and did not allow any grand slam situations the entire way. First pitch, Jose Trevino swung at it, but no problem for Teoscar left field. That was all she wrote. That was the ball game. Dodger fans go home happy.
So essentially, Alec, we might be looking at the same lineup for the Yankees that we did in Game 2, because I saw Trevino does draw in there again in the 8th spot in place of Austin Wells.
Yeah, Wells has been struggling, though the other change, John, is that Anthony Volpe and Anthony Rizzo swapped spots. They moved Volpe to the 6th, Rizzo down to the 7th. Probably something of a momentum boost for that. Trevino provides more offense, Wells provides the defense, for a matter of speaking. And I feel the Yankees need more from their bats, and I feel that's why they inserted Trevino in the situation.
And again, for the Dodgers, a little bit of a slight flip there for Kike and Gavin Lux as they move that slightly down. Tommy Evans still etched in the 9 hole, but it is Shohei, Mookie, and Freddie. They're going to be set to get things going here shortly in the Bronx, probably about a couple minutes away here from first pitch. I'm excited, but I really, again, as we talk about the Dodgers, I'm not trying to slant myself as a Yankees fan, Dodgers. I want to just enjoy it. But I really have to see something from the Yankees today, because if they go down early, let's say they go down 4 or 5 runs, and we're in the 4th or 5th inning, I mean, you really almost feel like it's lights out at that point.
You feel like it. Then again, we said the same thing with the Panthers and the Oilers, which can say about anything can happen. And while the Dallas Mavericks did win Game 4, when Dallas and the Boston Celtics got back to TD for Game 5, it was over because of Celtic suffocation. Not so much in the Stanley Cup Final, on the other hand. But if you have generational talents on your team, you're supposed to deliver. The Yankees, they got Juan Soto for a reason, to make sure that they can deliver a World Series push. He's doing his part, so is Giancarlo Stanton. Aaron Judge's playoff struggles have been very noteworthy, and we just can't, if you're a Yankees fan, you just cannot fathom another year where he flames out and another lost postseason for him, regardless of World Series result.
No, you can't. I mean, again, it's early, as you said, too, even with Jazz Chisholm, you bring him in, then they kind of fixed everything that they needed at third base to give you that running threat alongside Volpe, who's been really good on the base pass, too. They really need Aaron Judge to break out of anything. And for me, I know what everyone's going to say about home runs, driving in RBIs. I understand all that. I just want him to start making contact with the baseball and putting it in play.
Yeah, that's badly needed, especially for Judge. Oh, another phenomenon. It's the fabled sports equinox. All 4 sports leagues play tonight.
That's pretty cool. I know you have all of your, you got teams in action. You got the Steelers playing tonight, don't you?
Yep, the Steelers in about a minute or so against the Giants. Can't wait.
I saw the spread is not too big. I think Pittsburgh only had to cover 4 on my last check, so I comfortably went with the Steelers. Hopefully I don't look silly.
Oh, there you go.
I know that there was a lot of people talking about, and I thought it was pretty interesting, honestly, in that Sunday before I had stuff to do. They were saying that the Lions might not cover the 10.5 against the Titans. I'm thinking, are you guys crazy?
Well, I mean, the Titans sold off DeAndre Hopkins to the Chiefs. So basically they're saying, well, let's just ride with what we have.
Right. Yeah, it was pretty interesting. You look at Jared Goff's stat line, if you're a fantasy owner, I think he only threw for about maybe 90 yards. He still had 3 touchdowns.
Well, he didn't need to do too much, but the Lions did the job. They were suffocating.
Yeah, they're starting to score so many points. I'm partially getting concerned that it's going too well right now, but that's just the way it is. I think it's been their first, 6-1 start since pretty much like the 40s or something like that. As Shohei Ohtani going to get set to lead things off here for the Dodgers against Shohei, Mookie, and Freddie. Really no reason for Dave Roberts to change anything in that lineup toward the top. They've been well.
Yeah, not really. It's only a matter of strategy, depending on which hand of the pitcher they go against a starter. So one day it shakes up the lineup based on righty or lefty, and in such you move Edman up to the 5, as with Game 2 against Rodon. You move him back down to the bottom of the order against Schmidt.
So it'll be a good opportunity for me. Again, a little hiatus because of the Waterford Sharks assignment. Alec was able to cover Game 2. Thankfully for that. We'll see how long this series goes, because I think if we get towards 6 and 7, we might have some scheduling conflicts there for the both of us. But if the Dodgers continue to do what they're doing, this might end by Wednesday. But we'll see. This is going to be big for Clark Schmidt here. Again, we talked about his first 11 starts, 5-3, 253. He missed about 3.5 months with a lat strain. His last 7, 0-2 with a 3.71 ERA. So the numbers haven't ballooned that much. He's a good, consistent pitcher here. Alec talked about the home and road splits, so we'll see how it works now in the new Yankee Stadium. But primarily cutter, sweeper, knuckle curve, four-seam mix. And I think, let me scroll down in the notes really quick, in between the 94 to 85 in terms of the miles per hour.
Yeah, Schmidt, he started out strong over the year, but ever since he suffered a lat strain, he's been falling. He fell off by a big almost 1 ERA point. It's not by much though, but he's still a solid third pitcher for the Yankees rotation.
Yeah, it seems like the Yankees rotation is pretty good. You really didn't have to worry about that problem. Again, you and I, when we talked in Game 1, I threw it down in the story, and I tried to maybe double down on maybe Aaron Boone might have mismanaged himself a game. I know we'll see in hindsight whether that happens or not, and who can get back into this World Series, but you can't afford to make those type of mistakes against a team like the Dodgers, and that might be one of the reasons why they're up 2-0, as Shohei Ohtani now getting set to go to the bat.
Yeah, Game 1 may have cost Aaron Boone. Game 2 was a matter of no run support, but we'll see how the storyline goes on the difference between victory and defeat.
Yeah, the margins are thin, especially with these two teams and the way that these offenses can score. As the first pitch is underway in a cutter, and it's way high, Shohei Ohtani is going to take ball 1. So 260 average, 3 home runs, 10 RBI. Just one for 8 in the World Series with a double and a walk. But 10 RBI already in the postseason. You get runners on base, it's a completely different story. That one way outside at 96, make it 2-0.
If you're a manager who is managing a team in the World Series, usually it may calm down concerns about your job security. Aaron Boone in Game 1, I felt like it may have just re-sparked those. I don't know how the Yankees go things.
Alec, it's tough to tell right now. In all honesty, again, you have the guard there for Aaron Boone as a former player. Good guy all the way across, but you're right. Those mistakes do get magnified, and it really is up to the response that he can help bring to his team. They need it. 4 pitches, not close, and Ohtani gets a freebie at first.
I get the feeling that Schmidt is not willing to have Ohtani swing at them, so he's throwing them outside. No matter how healthy he is, he's still a dangerous batter. We're still yet to see how effective Ohtani can be because we haven't even seen him swing at any of these pitches.
Yeah, and the other thing that you mentioned too, Alec, again, he's a threat with his legs. So he's got 59 stolen bases in the regular season. This is Mookie Betts. This would be a courtesy take on a cutter on the outside black, make it 0-1. Mookie's got an 8-game on-base streak right now, batting .333 in this postseason. It's been the first strike, 4 balls, 1 strike here for Clark Schmidt in ratio. He's about to throw pitch number 6 as Jose Trevino gives a sign. But first of all, check on Ohtani. He didn't have a big lead. He's back at first.
So Ohtani, even though he has that's the 50-50 club under his belt, the thing is he has yet to steal a base. The 2 times it failed for him. In the last game, it hurt his shoulder.
So it'll be something that we watch out for. I know Alec messaged that to me as I was going home for the Game 2 side immediately. I was a little bit concerned when I heard about Ohtani and injuries, but you have the Dodgers with the vaunted lineup that they have. He's got plenty of protection, but he's still out there right now for the walk at first. This one will bounce off of Mookie Betts. He offers at it. He's going to stay alive, but it bounced right off his leg. Stays 0-2.
Clark Schmidt has yet to pitch past the 6th inning this postseason. For as good as he is in regular season, we could see him under a tougher microscope here, given that it is the World Series.
Yeah, nothing is going to be easy at this point. The Yankees just need to put up zeros. This one way up high on a cutter. So the cutter not going left to right now. It's going north-south. This one all the way up north. And it's 1-2.
So Mookie Betts, postseason track record. He has a good eye over at the plate. 8-game on-base streak. Wants to keep that going.
Yes, he does. He had a really good swing there at a knuckle curve. Still make it 1-2. As they're showing some of the tenuous lead there for Shohei. And that was that shoulder that was grabbed on. And some of the camera shots that Alec was just talking about. Shohei's kind of keeping that upright as he glances, grabs a hold of that jersey, kind of like Clark Kent a la Superman. Those are the camera shots. This 95 does not get the call. That should have been strike 3, but it's 2-2.
That looked very friendly to me, John. That it was slightly inside. The umpires didn't see it.
That was a definite missed call there. It is Mark Carlson in behind the plate, so we'll continue to monitor that. The pitchers want to make sure that it's fair. Mookie, I'll shoot this one. It's a can of corn to left. Who wants it? Volpe will give way to Verdugo, who makes the first catch.
So far so good for the Yanks in terms of bats. Well, defensively, they've been so good. That made up for the missed call by Mark Carlson. We saw a lot of action from Carlos Torres when he was the whole plate umpire in Game 1. We may need to look at scorecards from MLB umpires to see where they are ranked in terms of calls over at home plate.
Alec, that's a good call by you. I certainly hope not, because you don't want to miss too many of those calls, because if you continue to do that, I'll just be completely honest with you, that's how you don't get consecutive games work behind the plate, because those are strikes. Freddie Freeman, again, consecutive games with a home run in the World Series and around playoffs is 4 for Freddie. So, holy cow, he's been locked in. 93, this is a cutter up and in, make it 1-1.
So Freddie Freeman probably cementing himself towards being one of the all-time greats in the sport. He has a World Series title. He wants another one here with La La Land.
Yes, he does. He's already a first ballot Hall of Famer. That was a knuckle curve that was right in the honey hole, but he doesn't swing at it. Make it 1-2. But I've been so impressed at the consistency of Freddie Freeman throughout his career. I mean, he's just every year. I know the average has gone down a little bit, but he's a consistent 300 hitter with power. He can play a really good defensive first base as well. There's a big swing for Freddie, and this one's gonna go.
He's done it again. That's 3 straight games a home run for Freddie Freeman. He's, as I said, he's cementing himself as a Hall of Famer right before our very eyes. Balling out with not only with the Braves, but now with the Dodgers. And in year number 3, he wants this trophy. He wants to bring one to Los Angeles by any means necessary. And Freddie Freeman, perfect swing, handed over to the right field wall. That was perfectly done. 3rd home run of the World Series. 3rd this postseason as well. Bravo!
Absolutely. That's well deserved by you, Alec, on the side of the clap. And I'm just going to say this in all honesty. Maybe you should just go after Ohtani, because you don't want to make sure anybody's on base when Freddie Freeman's there. He's going to bring them all in.
Yeah, he and Mookie are both in. That is perfect as he high-fives the entire dugout. The celebrations are on. Los Angeles celebrating. Japan celebrating. You know the entire country has woken up to watch the World Series.
This is going to make the bottom of the 1st that much more intriguing right now. We're still 1 out. Just getting underway in the Bronx. John Ott here alongside Alec Nava. Again, we've been happy to link back up for Game 3. Should be Game 4. Right now, Game 5 if necessary. The way that this is going. Freddie Freeman, 2-run shot. We're just getting going. As a big swing and a miss for Hernandez. Make it 2-2 on a sweeper outside the zone.
That looked to be out of reach, John. I don't think that Teoscar should have reached on that one.
No, he was just trying to go for the downs there. He wanted to see what Freddie was doing. Extra base hits for Freddie. He's got 4 in the World Series already. What injury? This one inside, right to Volpe. Toss over to Rizzo, and it's 2 away. The damage has already been done. We're still going here. It's Max Muncy due up next.
I wonder if Derek Jeter gave some advice to Anthony Volpe in playing the shortstop position. One all-time great playing his position. To the next generation of shortstop playing his position.
Alec, it's a good question. Again, there's been a lot of comparisons I heard throughout the broadcast of Volpe to Jeter because of the speed, the defensive abilities, and all that. It's not fair, but when you have the kind of ability that Volpe can do when he's still young, I understand it. Hopefully he can continue to grow into his game because he seems to be a pretty good player.
He is. This young stud is only going to grow his game some more.
85, and Will Smith, Jose Trevino just stole a strike behind the plate from Muncy, make it 0-2.
He does bring power, but he's yet to hit in this World Series. 0 for 6, 3 strikeouts.
And Alec hit the nail on the head there. 10 of 12 of the runs scored via the home run. Schmidt gets the strikeout of Muncy, but the damage has been done. Freddie hit that walk-off grand slam in the 9th with 2 outs in Game 1. It was one of the most historic things we ever saw, and now he leads with his team up 2-0 as we go bottom 1.
The 10 to 12 runs scored via home runs for the Dodgers is an outstanding stat to just look at. This team knows about the long ball. We talk about the Yankees relying on the long ball. The Dodgers can equal that talent on the long ball throughout the postseason. And they've showed us that.
Yes, they have, Alec. And again, they are not stopping. It's unrelenting. And again, as I mentioned, in between Freddie, next time Ohtani goes to the bat rack, if the bases are clean, I think you just have to go after Shohei Ohtani. I know it's easier said than done. But the way that Freddie's swinging the bat, the way these guys are driving in home runs, as you said, you cannot give up walks because you're going to pay for it dearly.
Yeah, and more importantly, the shoulder, I believe, is more important when swinging rather than the ankle. Even though Freeman's speed may be hobbled up with that ankle injury, the ability to go after the ball, part of that is doing your shoulder. And body movements have to rely on that. Elbow as well.
Yeah, to Alec's point, I think that's something that the Yankees need to play on. If Ohtani doesn't even have to get the elbow or anything else, the shoulder, anything tested, because he doesn't have to swing, you're just doing Ohtani a favor. So we'll see if the Yankees can make an adjustment here, as we're just going to be getting underway again. As I mentioned, I have to keep saying that because it's already 2-0 Dodgers. That is not the start that the Yankees want, and dare I say it, Yankees probably need to respond here in this bottom 1 with at least 1 run.
I mean, Juan Soto can be a name that can easily be brought up in this discussion. He's been so clutch this postseason. But the majority of his home runs have been go-ahead home runs. Another one of them has been a game-time home run.
Yeah, he'll be someone that we can definitely look to. And Alec is exactly right about that. He said the same thing about Judge scuffling. Yankees just need more from more players. We'll see if they can find that there. But Soto has definitely been locked in. You already know that Juan Soto is going to get the Brinks truck as far as being paid. The same thing for Gleyber Torres, I would imagine. Regardless if the Yankees don't win the World Series, I think Brian Cashman's going to stop at nothing to make sure that Juan Soto stays in a Yankees uniform.
I mean, it's the Yankee formula. You go after big-name free agents and then want to go with his sticks. Probably go with the star formula. Load up with star power, and then to assemble the best possible team to compete for a World Series. That's why they won 27 World Series titles with Jeter, Posada, Rivera, Pettit, Williams. Throughout the dynasty, even Yogi Berra in years past. This is a historic team, and they need to play like such with Soto. You imagine that Brian Cashman immediately wants to discuss negotiations with Juan Soto after this World Series. Do everything to keep him on the Bronx.
Yeah, you have to, because it's not often you get a hitter like him who's already a generational one, but he's in the prime of his career right now. And locking him up, let's say, to an 8-9 year deal, is going to be nothing. They're going to get the best years of him still yet to come. So that just seems like an easy move to make. It's the first opportunity for me this year to watch Walker Buehler on the mound. Again, when I think about him, I think about him from about 3 seasons ago. Much different. He's one of the best pitchers in all of baseball. He's got about 7 different pitchers that he throws. But this is a completely different pitcher at the moment, and we'll see what he can do because these lights are the brightest. It's a 2-2 count against Glaber.
Walker Buehler, he is known as one of the best pitchers back in his heyday, but here he's coming off a second Tommy John surgery. It's been more of mixed results, but the NLCS outing showed some promise.
You got a four-seamer cutter, knuckle curve, sinker, and then a rare sweeper, changeup, slider. As this one, 96, followed straight back down the first base line. We'll do it again. But he's in around 95 to 82 miles an hour in the differential. Again, we talked about the injuries, just 140 innings over the last 3 years combined. And it will be interesting to see how long Dave Roberts is going to let it go, as Torres will get the walk. Again, both leadoff hitters have drawn walks so far in this game, as Torres takes first.
I'm tempted to make a joke about Gleyber Torres, thinking back to what he gave Gary Thorne fits, but it's not an intentional walk for this one. But now both leadoff men are drawing walks. It could be an imagination of seeing this, but Walker Buehler drawing the walk, and now with Juan Soto coming to the mound, well, shaky start. You got to bounce back to this and force Soto to swing and miss on some of these pitches.
4-game hit streak, 7-16 for Juan Soto, 3 bombs, 6 RBI in the postseason so far, hitting .350. Again, in the regular season at .288, he had 41 home runs, 109 RBI. He walked more than he struck out, 129 times, 119 walks. And somebody's got a check sign for Juan Soto. That's a very imaginative fan, but that is very accurate.
4-game hit streak as well for Soto. He's 7 of his last 16 in that 4-game span.
You'll see that shot of the check there, but that would look like a big Monopoly check, and I enjoyed that one. 2-1 is the count against Soto, as this is a good knuckle curve, a little bit low and inside. It gets a 2-2 count.
I know Yankees fans want to have him stick around at the Bronx. They're ready for him to stay with them, probably be with the Evil Empire, as per the nickname is. Even some Yankees fans even take the nickname Evil Empire as a compliment.
Yeah, you take it and run with it, because you take all those World Series to the bank. You can buy and do whatever, but you got to deliver. Soto will try to deliver toward left field, take Teoscar toward the track, but he'll make the catch.
It's funny to me how Yankees fans take the nickname Evil Empire as a compliment, because initially it was used as an insult, but now they turned it and made it into a compliment. Kind of reminded me of the Carolina Hurricanes when Don Cherry called them a bunch of jerks.
They don't like teams that spend, and they don't like teams that have regular season success or playoff success. That's the way it works in sports, Al.
Damned if you do and damned if you don't.
Exactly. Aaron Judge tried to blast that one to right field, but he missed the fastball. That time, his bat looked like it was on the right bat path to the baseball, but he missed it. Again, everybody's standing now. It's all rise for the Judge as usual, but they're waiting to see him come through. This one not close on a sweeper. They get 1-1.
Maybe the energy is what he needs. Maybe something to calm the nerves down here, considering his slump. He's been going late on fastballs, and he's been off with off-speed pitches. Maybe this energy is what he needs.
Yeah, like he needs something, he needs a shot in the arm, whatever. Everything is going to be delivered and magnified in this moment. 19 strikeouts and 40 at-bats, 6 strikeouts and 9 at-bats in the World Series. That's just not who Aaron Judge is. 1-1. Does not offer? No, he doesn't. It's 2-1 on a knuckle curve.
And you nailed it. That's not who Aaron Judge is. We're looking for an Aaron Judge that can hit home runs at will in this place of all places as well.
Yeah, he's one of the very best in the business. This one at 94, able to stay with it and make it 2-2. Again, just to put back into the brain for everybody, it's 322 average, 58 home runs, and 144 RBI in the regular season. He's only 32, so he's still got the best days ahead of him. He's playing a premium defense as well. Center field's not easy. This one he lays off. It's a full count. We'll see if they want to get anything going with Gleyber Torres running, but considering how much Aaron Judge has struck out, maybe not.
In Torres, he does get some speed going. I don't know how much of it, though.
We'll see if Aaron Boone wants to kind of get busy here on the base paths. Again, Giancarlo would be next, unless there is any sort of double play. Here's a full count against Judge. He'll take a walk, take anything positive here. As he swings and misses again on a cutter low and outside of the zone. He's just struggling.
7 strikeouts. I mean, it's no exaggeration as to how bad the struggles are this postseason. 7 strikeouts in this World Series. Dude, there's no way.
Alec, I don't want to, again, hindsight 2020, I get it. But I thought about when you were doing game 2, and I'm looking at considering going into it how many strikeouts Aaron Judge has. I'm not saying take him out of the lineup, but I think you have to consider moving him down to 6 or 7 at this point.
I mean, if it needs for something of an accountability move, certainly take it. Maybe Giancarlo at the free spot? Could it help?
Just do something, because if the Yankees do go down in this game, they're at 3-0 in the series, I don't think you can continue putting Judge in that 3 spot, striking out with runners on base. He's just got to put it in play. That's what I wanted to see right now going in. That's what we said in the pregame. I just want to see him hit the ball, as it's a 1-1 count against Stanton. Stanton's been able to hit. Even if he only gets 1 or 2 hits per game, they usually go out of the ballpark, and that's what the Yankees need right now. They're already down 2-0 in this game. So Soto and Stanton, 5 of 16, pretty good, 2 home runs, 4 RBI. The rest of the team is 9 of 55 with just 1 RBI. Stanton, this one cued right to short, and this will be easy toss to second. Yankees wind up with nothing.
So Stanton, he didn't do the thing, which is launch it out onto the stands. And so far with Soto and Stanton leading the way for this postseason and this series even. The rest of the team needs to answer in kind to what Soto and Stanton have both been doing throughout this series. Because having these 2 guys do all the yeoman's work for you, it's not going to be sustainable for you.
No, it's not, Alec. And again, I'm going to look and make the comparison. Hopefully this works for you. Hopefully it's not too far to left field. But for the Edmonton Oilers last year, you talk about Draisaitl and McDavid, correct? And they've been able to do some damage, but we thought about guys like Matthias Janmark and Warren Foegele who were able to step up and do something big. And that's what you were saying there with the Yankees. You need the rest of the team to show up here.
Yeah, that's exactly what is the case. Feels like we're seeing a repeat. Soto playing the role of McDavid, and you have Judge playing the role of Draisaitl. Because just 3 assists and no goals in a 7-game series, if you're one of the top 5 players in the league, I don't know what that is. Maybe it's the performance is not up to par for Draisaitl, but we're seeing the same thing unfold with Judge. I know Draisaitl has been limited because of injury, but Judge doesn't have an injury excuse to fall back on. I don't know what he's dealing with. Maybe it's some sort of demons or something, but something's gotta give.
Yeah, there's got to be some sort of mental block there, whatever's going on. Again, I'm not going to try to pry too much, but every time we watch, try to give you these radio calls here on this broadcast, you're just seeing him reach at pitches outside the zone and go after stuff that he normally doesn't. It's not to say that Aaron Judge, especially in the regular season, doesn't get the best from every pitcher, which is definitely the case. But we've even seen Aaron Judge at his best, Alec, take borderline pitches and draw walks or smash them out of the ballpark. We're not seeing any of that right now.
No, we're not. He's got to turn it around. He's got to search for the pitches that are there and search for those that are not there for them. Because swinging wildly and all, that's not going to move the needle around.
No, it's not. Alec's going to get set to take the second period as we'll continue to switch off here. Again, we'll keep you monitored as far as some NHL scores, the Monday Night Football score. Do we have just one Monday Night Football game today, Alec, or do we have 2?
I believe it's just one. It's the Steelers and the Giants. I have to check the scoring update. It's 6-3 Pittsburgh. But one game that I'm watching closely in the NHL is Steven Stamkos' return to Tampa. So far, it's the Lightning up 3-0, so we got another score. The first 2 goals from Braden Point and Mitchell Chafee. Nikita Kucherov gets his 9th of the year.
I don't know what it is, and again, I shouldn't be surprised, but Tampa still looks really good again this year.
Huh. Happy for Jake Gensel, of all people, as well.
You get set to take it away. It's going to be leading off here with Will Smith batting 6th for the Dodgers.
So Smith, being the leadoff man, he is the 6th man in the order for the Dodgers. And after him comes Gavin Lux and Kike Hernandez, 7 and 8 in the order. So here's Clark Schmidt, who has been performing better on the road as opposed to home this season. That still applies in postseason games. First pitch, outside left. It was on a cutter, traveling down low at 82. So Smith, in this World Series, is 1 of 6. This postseason is batting 159. Got his first hit in Game 4 against the Padres. Delivers the 1-0 as Schmidt. That is upstairs. Back-to-back cutters, both outside the zone.
Yeah, for Clark Schmidt, when he's ready, he uses his 3 primary pitchers and throws them in the zone, so you better be ready to swing.
And for as fair as it is to wonder about how long Bueller's leash is, it's also fair to wonder about Schmidt's leash. Smith skies this to right field, backing up as Juan Soto at the warning tracks. And that did not make it that long. No home run shot for Will Smith. He'll sit down.
Hey, it gave it a ride there toward right field. I know in Yankee Stadium it's not particularly deep. As far as that, it's one of those bandbox ballparks like Camden Yards is in Baltimore. But that was pretty close. We'll see what happens here on this October night.
And the funny thing is, if this was on the opposite side, the Green Monster will have to bounce off the wall for Will Smith, as this is a first pitch ball for Schmidt.
2.85 ERA was 3rd in the American League as well, so it definitely tells you that Schmidt's able to lock down as much as he can, but it's really important right now, Alec, that he keeps this scoreline where it is unless the Yankees start showing you that they can score some runs.
Yeah, it's a 2-0 lead so far for LA. 2.85 ERA, which ranks 3rd in the AL for Schmidt throughout this run. On the right side, that is wide. 2-1 count here. 29 pitches in for Schmidt. Gavin Lux here is the batter. Now Schmidt gets ready and now delivers on the 2-1. Inside, bottom right corner. Evens up the count. That's on a nice sweeper from numero 36. Schmidt gets himself up. Walks the second baseman. He gets ready himself. This one, big swing and a miss. That's a perfect delivery on a curveball from Clark Schmidt. And Lux will sit down, brings up KK.
Hey there, fellas.
What's going on, Ian?
Well, I just wanted to come in and say hello real quick. Hope you guys are having a successful broadcast. I may join you a bit later, but I got some stuff to do. But I will end off with this. Please let this be real. It would be so funny.
Okay. Ball 1 for Kike. Go ahead, John.
I was going to say, as you mentioned, Kike is usually Mr. Postseason right now, and Clark Schmidt, that was a good knuckle curve on the last side for Lux. Got to make sure he pays attention to Kike here.
So, 1-1 count with 2 outs. The pitch. Foul ball back. It'll make the count at 1 ball and 2 strikes. Still a 2-0 lead for the boys in Dodger Blue. Dave Roberts watches onwards. One of the most successful managers in the MLB among the active managers, and even in Dodger history, up there with the likes of Tommy Lasorda. The 1-2. He struck him out. Got him swinging on a ball that went upstairs. And this preserves the Dodger lead at 2-0. Sets the Yankees up in a good position.
I will say, other than the one walk there of Ohtani, I get what happens there with Freddie Freeman, but that was a good answer for Schmidt. He's going to need to make sure that he continues to keep it right there. And we'll also keep our eyes on Walker Buehler heading into this Game 3 as we go bottom 2. It's 2-0 Dodgers.
In the meantime, on a game that's going on in Columbus, the Blue Jackets are up 4-0 on the Edmonton Oilers. And now they have your guys' attention. Connor McDavid lasted only one shift in this game. 9 seconds. He was hurt, and he's not returning to the game. That's a big ouchies.
Oh, wow. That's early injury concerns. Hell, they had early injury concerns with Connor McDavid last year. We saw the way that it ended up working out in the end. But that's not good for Edmonton, considering they are getting pounded at Nationwide Arena right now.
37 seconds actually, but they're getting pounded. It's just, even though it's hard for me to root for the Oilers, I just feel bad. I just can't help but feel bad for Edmonton now they're getting pounded. And they don't have their best guy out there onto the ice. 4-0, and then crushed by the likes of... I know it's a cheesy nickname considering that he is playing on the line of Russians, but Sean Monahanov, he has a goal.
Yeah, Elvis Merzlikins as well is stealing the show right now. 22-28. 22-22. Fantilli, Cole Sillinger, and Matthew Olivier as it's 4-0. And again, as Alec mentioned, with the short shift for McDavid, all pretty much just one shift at all. And Stuart Skinner, I'm looking at his line so far this year, 306 goals against and an 890 save percentage. I hate that every year I have to have the same conversation whether or not Stuart Skinner is going to be the guy. But you cannot be giving up this many goals against a team like Columbus.
You cannot, especially against some of the bottom feeders. Even though Columbus, it feels it's an emotional year for them, and for them to get another important win, if they keep this up, could this be a surprise year for Columbus in which they are surprisingly competitive? Well, Dean Evason is their coach, but in an offseason marred by tragedy, it's strange. It may be weird to say this, but sometimes tragedy brings teams together.
It does sometimes, and considering that Columbus has already gone through this twice. Dean Evason is a really good coach. Again, it's a young team with something to prove. And if you know that the expectations and everything are low, why not go out and shock some people? Pretty much everybody right now in the Atlantic, as you're getting back into this play-by-play, is going to be sitting around 4-3-1. So Columbus is doing their job so far.
The Bronx has hosted 1 of 4 World Series games, the most by a city. After that is the city of St. Louis, which has hosted 62. This ball went downstairs for Jazz Chisholm Jr. Mid-season trade deadline acquisition from the Miami Marlins. He and Giancarlo Stanton were never teammates, but they're playing with each other. They're playing next to each other for the very first time. Ball 2, just downstairs from Buehler on this fastball.
And I think at least for Cashman, it was very smart because you address the third base need. Again, you can also play in the outfield. He's got blinding speed. But it's also, I believe, 4 years of team control for Chisholm as well. So he'll be in a Yankees uniform for a while.
It may be a strange equivalence, but as he takes strike one, it may be a strange equivalence to when, I don't mean to say this in terms of hockey, considering the state of where my team is, the Penguins getting Jason Zucker, 3-1 count.
Yeah, again, you want to be able to get somebody that you know that's going to do some damage, be able to stay on the team and bring someone that they really need. I think that's a good comparison.
Fly ball, it's at shallow center. Stepping up is Tommy Edman. Nice chase down. We speak of speed? Well, I actually say Kike Hernandez, but still the speed is right there, no matter if it's Edman or Kike.
Yeah, Edman or Kike is very versatile on the defensive end. You can play in the infield, play in the outfield. Anthony Volpe now going to try to get things going for the Yankees.
Many have said he has comparisons to Derek Jeter based on trajectory. And Jeter having the cheesy nickname, but a very fitting one of Mr. November, as this one went upstairs. Mr. November for the fact that he hit some clutch shots in the month of November, even when the clock struck midnight and the big board said, "Welcome to November baseball." Strike one on the bottom left corner.
That was always very memorable when I saw those shots, and why not? He deserves that nickname. He's pretty much Mr. Yankee, or one of the Mr. Yankees at least.
Yeah, he'll forever be etched into Yankees history. Wow, strike two was a very friendly call for Buehler.
Yes, again, we talked about that a couple times already from Mark Carlson behind the plate. These batters are going to need to make sure if it's anywhere near the zone, they're probably going to have to swing at it.
Yeah, so perhaps the strike zone moves? I don't know. But this one is a called ball. It was on towards that lefty batter's box. 2-2. Buehler relaxes and then gets himself up. Volpe's batting .243 this postseason. Right around the league average. Bottom left corner. Just outside. So we're seeing the strike zone move between times.
Yeah, you're exactly right, Alec. One of them should have been a ball. One of them should have been a strike. We'll see if Buehler can correct that and get the strikeout he's looking for.
And he does! A swing and a miss towards that left side. So maybe two negatives make a positive.
They normally say it doesn't, but it did in that case. That one he topped out at 96. That's been the hardest fastball that he's thrown so far throughout this 2024 season.
Well, postseason recovering from Tommy John surgery, it does give Buehler some confidence to build back up. Now that he's tasked with going up against the longtime Chicago Cub, Anthony Rizzo. It's a first pitch strike to that bottom right corner.
I don't want to say this too early, Alec, and again, I don't want to go too ahead of the vision. I'm not stealing any calls here. But if you allow Buehler to start settling in when you know the Yankees need to score some runs and win this game, that's not good for the Yankees.
Just 4 runs combined in the first 2 games. 3 if you remove the extra inning in game 1. This one is a swing and a miss. Brings the count to 1-2 for Rizzo. 2-0 LA leads. They lead the series 2-0. In this first game at the Bronx in 15 years when the Yankees were matched by Joe Girardi. Buehler looks and then thinks about it. Gets a signal from Will Smith. The 1-2. Went low and missed it. Breaking ball. A knuckle curve. Fouled out Rizzo. And the Yankees still scoreless after 2.
It definitely did, Alec. He went fishing for that one. That one not close in the zone, but it started up high, fell all the way off the table. And that was 2 strikeouts for Buehler, who looked really good. That's going to start to scare me a little bit if you're a Yankees fan, because if Buehler starts getting locked in, Alec mentioned this in between games 1 and game 2. You might have talked about Flaherty, Yamamoto, Buehler. Maybe you think some of these starting pitchers could be had. But the New York Yankees are showing right now they're having some struggles.
And with the bullpen game that's looming tomorrow for the Dodgers, of course you're going to have to start an opener. With the bullpen game, the bullpen for the Dodgers has been mostly shut down. If the Yankees can't get a hit on this Dodger bullpen, they're really going to have it hard. And I mean very hard. Especially the fact that Kopech, Trinan, and Vezina, they were all used in the first 2 games in some capacity. Vezina only lasted 1 pitch in game 2. Trinan went for a bulky workload in game 2, despite being the fact that he was inserted to the 9th inning for the save situation. He went north of 30 pitches. Not ideal for a reliever.
But Alec, as you said, the bullpen for the Dodgers still look good in your eyes in game 2?
They've been shut down. And when I say shut down, they've been very good.
So that's a lot in the continuation from what I saw along with you in game 1. So that kind of speaks to where this series could be. Again, it is 9-1-2 due up here for the Dodger Blue. Edmund Ohtani will be getting things going here from 9-1 when they flip back over from his commercials. Again, I like seeing those stealth bombers fly across the stadiums in the World Series. You always know you're at a big event when you start seeing those planes and flyovers. This is a World Series that everybody wanted to watch, Alec and myself included, as far as these 2 teams. Right now, we just want to make sure that this series goes more than 4 games.
I mean, 4 games, 5 games, they'll be the only times the World Series will be considered a disappointment. We were anticipating 6 or 7 games of this. A short series, it'll be a letdown for one side. It'll be thrills for another.
Absolutely, and for the Dodgers, I think it's, even though they've had their World Series not all that long ago for LA, I think it's got to feel extra good when you get a chance to stick it to a team like the Yankees, does it not?
Yeah, and Dave Roberts learning from past mistakes. Feels like he is mastering the art of managing a team and a bullpen.
That's a really good call by you, because I do think Dave Roberts has been in the firing line a little bit too much. Hell, even when Clayton Kershaw was pitching in the postseason, it seems like every single pitch that he threw was scrutinized.
It felt.
Tommy Edman went on a 2-0 now from Schmidt, so Schmidt not particularly sharp from the first and the third from when I started doing the play-by-play game. We'll switch off again in the fourth, and what I mean by that is the leadoff batter from these subsequent innings able to draw a walk, so that is not what you want there to turn the lineup back over. And Tommy Edman is going to take 4 pitches, not close. That'll bring up Ohtani. Last time Ohtani was up, he walked, so Schmidt's got to find his way back in the zone.
Now, I feel if I'm the Yankees, I'm forcing Ohtani to work. Force him to swing the bat. Doesn't matter if he is quicking when the runners are on bases. Force him to take a swing. Take advantage. I know it's a messed up thing to say. Take advantage of the fact that he is dealing with that shoulder subluxation. I wish him the best in his recovery, though.
No, Alec, you said it right. I agree with you 1,000% on that one, because when you're playing in sports, you're playing with injuries, you're playing in the biggest stage of the game. Everybody knows the scouting report. They know how you feel, what's going on, what's bothering you, what's not. You do have to take advantage of that when you get into the battle lines. They have to make Ohtani work here. And a walk isn't going to do anybody good, so make him swing the bat. I completely agree with you. As it is Edman at first, and Ohtani set to do battle here against Schmidt, but not before the throw over. So Ohtani's still going to have to wait for the first strike in this game.
Well, he hasn't even had to swing a bit in 5 pitches that he's faced. First time around, he's walked, taking 4 pitches, 4 balls, and now it's 5 pitches, 5 balls.
Yes, it is. Cutter way up top after the throw over. And this just perplexes my brain. Again, I'm not the smartest person in the world, but you've got to test Ohtani here. And I just don't understand. I mean, even if you go through the middle of the strike zone, who cares? You got to throw it in the zone. 6 straight balls against Ohtani, and the crowd's starting to get a little restless.
If I am a Yankees fan, I too would get restless. You have to force him to work, throw towards the zone, off speed.
Finally finds one with a sweeper, and then as a Bronx cheer from the fans in the Bronx. Make it pitch number 42. It's a 2-1 count against Shohei. Again, with the shoulder, elbow, everything else, we're continuing to monitor. He just hasn't had to swing the bat yet. Now he finally will. This time he misses on a very good knuckle curve from Schmidt.
So that time he got him to swing. It took 8 pitches, but finally, better late than never for Clark Schmidt to start delivering.
See if he can find it, because that pitch that he just threw there on the knuckle curve was excellent. Bottom low side of the black. Now they'll turn back around. Trevino was pointing at something. I'm not sure if they were trying to look at a sign that Edman might be stealing. I think that's exactly what they were pointing to. And now we'll get our clarification. So I'm getting the camera shot right now. Edman was trying to fake out the runner at first to Rizzo, and now he goes. Ohtani. It's in motion. And look at second. They're not going to be able to get in, and they'll toss out Ohtani. Stay out of the double play.
So there was nothing there. So just a throw directly over to first base as Edman, too quick for that.
Think Dave Roberts, we just talked about the managerial style and all that, Alec, and you can double down there. You know, Ohtani might be dealing with something, and now I see him walking back down into the room more than anyone else, still holding on to that shoulder. But they put him in motion for that exact reason, to avoid that double play.
Yep. To take advantage of the fact that Schmidt is starting to deliver these pitches, and Edman's starting to get more familiar with the Yankees bats.
So, Mookie Betts, it's 1-0. Again, let's see what they do with Mookie Betts. Again, John Schmaltz on the Fox Sports side, they said they got to take this out of Freddie's hands. Maybe just walk him. But you're not going to be able to do that right now if you walk Mookie Betts. It's 2-0 on a pitch that missed inside and low.
Yeah, Otani went over inside the facilities at the Bronx right after he was placed out. I'd wonder if they're going to check on that shoulder again.
You would think that they have to, because he continues to hold on to it. And again, he only swung one time through the 9 pitches that he was able to feature. I should say 2, because he made contact with that last one to avoid the double play. It's 2-1. It's pitch number 48 now here for Clark Schmidt against Mookie Betts, who's 0 for 1 so far. Freddie Freeman's 2-run tank is all we got so far. This is 84. It was a knuckle curve that split the plate. Betts followed it straight back.
So probably they want to limit Otani in this sequence. They want to not force him to do too much, I would believe.
So you got Betts at the bat rack with Tommy Edman at second, and Freddie Freeman will be due up next. Here is Mookie. Again, this will be fouled back. Rizzo will give it a look. He can't make the catch over the camera well. Everybody's okay down there. It's still 2-2.
185 opposing batting average with runners in scoring position for Clark Schmidt. So he's one of the best pitchers against batters who are facing him with runners in scoring position.
Better make sure when you get that foul ball, as everybody blinks when you get those camera shots. But those camera lenses, about 10,000 a pop. You don't want to have any of those break. Because you got to get these camera shots during the broadcast. John Ott and I with you alongside Alec Nava for Game 3 of the World Series. 2-2 counts, and Mookie Betts continues to foul pitches back. This time a sweeper. Schmidt's already had to make 50 throws in this game.
That'll certainly leave a mark towards that camera from that hit on the foul ball. Probably something of repairs, maybe a new camera. I don't know.
You certainly hope not. That's not cheap. Again, this is the 3rd straight 2-2 attempt here for Betts, and close pitch, but Schmidt does not get the call. This strike zone has been up and down, as Alec mentioned. It's been all over the place. That one was awfully close. I do think it was called correctly, but that was a fingernail miss. It's a full count.
Yeah, I believe he got a ball right there. That's to the left by several baseball lengths. So it was the correct call.
Mookie Betts will foul another pitch straight back as he continues the battle right now. This will be pitch number 9. Again, Freddie Freeman will be due up next. Tommy Edman at second. Otani, as Alec mentioned, went down to go get some repairs maybe on that elbow to take a look at it when he swung for a second time. Before this 3-2 gets delivered, Clark Schmidt will grab the rosin bag and get locked back in. It's quite a battle right now that Mookie Betts is delivering here for Schmidt. If he comes through in any sort of way, this could be a run. This will be looped. The right field line, it's going to fall in front of Soto. And Edmonds going to score from second. Mookie Betts delivers.
So the postseason has been very kind for Mookie Betts still to this day. He gets the base hit in this sequence, and he drives home Tommy Edman. It split the gap at that right field spot between Soto and Rizzo. No play to home as Edman used that speed from second all the way home, and Betts, he does that little wave celebration whenever Dodgers batters get a hit. So far, so good.
Yes, it is. Maybe a fake throw over, possibly not. Trevino thought about it. He was kind of deking out the runner. Freddie Freeman, again, Betts now at first after getting an RBI single. Might have got jammed on that a little bit, honestly, between Rizzo and Soto, but it flared. There was no way to make that catch as it's 1-0 against Freddie. Do you even entertain throwing a strike here is the question as it sits 2-0.
I mean, probably do not let Freddie get after that bat. So Freeman has had a home run in each of his first 3 games. He joins Barry Bonds in that category into each of the first 3 World Series games, along with one of 3 players in MLB history have done that. Elite company.
It is very elite company, and for Freddie Freeman, again, as I mentioned, you might as well just put the 4 fingers up. We'll see right now what Schmidt wants to do with the 2-0. He cannot make a mistake here. This knuckle curve not close. I really don't even think they need to waste this next throw, but it's 3-0. He's still in the battle in between Freddie Mookie Betts, it was a long leverage at bat, 9-pitch RBI single. Edmonds scored, and now Betts is at first. 3-out count against Freddie. This one does get the call on the outside black, make it 3-1.
There is something for Clark Schmidt, though you did know about he didn't need to waste this next throw. Probably just put up the 4 fingers considering how hot Freddie has been this World Series.
3-1, but if not, they'll toss over to Mookie Betts first. That was a little bit closer than I thought it was going to be, but Betts still safe at first. Again, unless there is any sort of double play, you're going to have Teoscar Hernandez do up next. It's only 3-0. It's top 3. But right now, it kind of feels like this game's getting out of hand for New York. Here is Freeman. So he's already got a 2-run tank. He draws a walk and joins Betts from first to second. Teoscar has ducks on the pond here, Alec. If he gets a big hit, and it's possible that the Dodgers might go up by 4 or 5, I think if you're Aaron Boone, you're going to be really concerned.
Yeah, I feel that there's some cause for concern if I'm a Yankees fan or Aaron Boone. Now, you did know Schmidt didn't have to throw that next pitch. He could just gave the 4 fingers to Freddie Freeman. He's known for big hit after big hit this postseason, time and time again, no matter if it is an Atlanta uniform or Dodger uniform. The home runs throughout Game 5 of the World Series. It's been on a sinker. Game 6 of that series, a slider. 4-seam fastball. 4-seam fastball. Those were the 2 home runs, the home run balls that were aimed at Freeman in the first 2 games. This one was a cutter, in which he swung at and blasted towards the stands. So it feels like he's launching towards everything. I feel the pitching is going to remain the same. Clark Schmidt's still in. They're going to use their second mound visit without a pitching change. You get 5 of those.
And again, as Alec was getting you set up everything with Clark Schmidt on the TV side, we saw the Kirk Gibson home run replay. They gave Freddie Freeman the tablet. Same kind of call there. And we'll see right now what Teoscar Hernandez is going to be able to bring. As Schmidt's pitch count starting to get elevated here. He's about to throw pitch number 60. Teoscar 0 for 1 with the ground out in the first. He's batting .224 in the postseason with 3 home runs. Again, just a very tenuous slate for Freddie at first. Teoscar will follow this one. This will stay in play. I thought it was going to be followed on the third base line off the camera shot, but Volpe's got an easy one. That's 2 outs. Dodgers have already scored 1. That was also activated for Mookie Betts and an RBI single to answer Freddie Freeman's 2-run home run in the first. And they show Aaron Boone right now, all he can do is chew on those sunflower seeds.
Oh, this high pop-up towards Anthony Volpe's direction was something that the Yankees needed to keep this a 3-run game. But it feels it's not any sort of comfort for the Yanks. They're trailing in this series. They're trailing in this game. If they don't turn things around, this can get out of hand quick.
That's what I'm starting to think, Alec. I don't want to speak it into existence here as far as a call, but it's very important. Again, we mentioned those 2 runs in the first. That Schmidt kept it right there. Again, he limited damage as much as he could. Now you got a run already in. Runners at first and second. Yankees cannot give up any more runs because 3 kind of feels like 7. The way that this offense is rolling right now, or not rolling, I should say, because Buehler looked good. As it's 1-0 against Muncy. This one misses upstairs on a cutter, make it 2-0.
So Max Muncy with the power. Mookie Betts is second, Freddie Freeman at first. You got talent all around. Muncy, he can deliver any moment. We don't know just yet.
See what we can find out here on a 2-0. This is a courtesy take that was a little bit high. That should have been a ball, but it's a strike. 2-1, I guess close enough. It's about to be pitch number 64. Again, if Muncy does reach, it will be Will Smith, as the Dodgers are doing a better job of working their way quicker through this batting order. As Matt Blake, pitching coach, all he can do is watch. Big swing for Muncy, but he does not find a sweeper. Make it 2-2.
So Clark Schmidt forced Muncy to swing at it. Missed it as it was towards the right line of the zone. That's where you want to put those pitches if you're Clark Schmidt. Force Muncy to reach out on pitches that he should not.
So Schmidt shakes off Trevino here and forces everybody to step away from the mound. Dodgers 7 of their 13 runs with 2 outs. And as Alec mentioned, a lot of their runs are also scored by the home runs. So clutch hitting, also hitting it out of the ballpark, 2-2. And before that, they are not on the same page between Schmidt and Trevino. This is the second time they've stepped off and used a disengagement. Mark Leiter Jr. now starting to get warm for Aaron Boone's squad.
7 of the 13 runs came with 2 outs. And if I'm the Dodgers, keep on going with this, no matter how many outs you have in an inning. But I feel that the miscommunication between the Yankees, between pitcher and catcher, they're just out of sync of all sorts. You have the bullpen warming up this early, that's when you know you're in trouble early.
Yes, you are, Alec. Again, I'm looking at the ratio just updated from the Fox box. 36 strikes, 30 balls for Schmidt. And again, it's a second full count against Muncy. With 2 outs, runners in first and seconds, they will be off with the pitch. So Single's going to score a run here. And the Yankees cannot afford that. And again, as you mentioned with Schmidt, this might very well be his last inning. Here is Muncy. Foul down the first base line. That would have scored 2.
Just so close. But Schmidt dodged a bullet there, John.
Yes, he did. That was smashed on the first base line for Muncy as he took a cutter and went with it. This will be the second 3-2. Schmidt taking a long time in between pitches. I know we have that pitch clock, but he's worn that down. This is another 3-2. Outside, Muncy draws the walk, and now the hamster wheel starts to turn. Boone's got to make the hook now. He's going to the mound. We'll see if it's official.
I may believe it could be very likely official for Clark Schmidt. To have an outing that lasts just 3 innings, that was bad. Carlos Rodon was very hit and or miss in Game 2. But this was that was bad for Clark Schmidt. Not a good look for his record and his first ever World Series, a start of his career. And making a long trip for Aaron Boone. He and Matt Blake look very similar, so we're not sure who is who. But as I'm seeing on the ESPN side, it's still showing Schmidt, but as they're cutting away from commercial, yeah, I think it's official. They're going to get wider out there. Well, if you're looking for a long reliever, could you entertain the idea of Marcus Stroman being used here?
I was just going to ask you that myself, Alec. I think if you need to do that, I think that's an option. I think that would be something you probably go to, because I don't think it serves Marcus Stroman any purpose to try to save him. Let's say the Yankees lose and they go down 3-0. I don't think it serves any purpose to try to save Stroman for a Game 4. I think you use him right now to make sure you can keep the rest of your bullpen fresh.
Yeah, because Luis Gil is listed as the Game 4 starter for the Yankees in any case. Dodgers have a bullpen game tomorrow, but how about you Stroman in this game and then keep the rest of the bullpen healthy? Jay Cousins has been used up for quite a long time. You know who else has been used up for quite a long time for the Yankees? One other reliever for them, Tim Hill, Clay Holmes, Mark Leiter Jr., and Cousins. They were all used up, though Cousins and Holmes were both used in the first 2 games. So they'd be exhausted if they step on. I feel Aaron Boone should stay away from those 2 if he wants to turn to his bullpen.
I think you nailed it, Alec. And again, that's kind of what we're speaking to as far as bullpen usage. We saw that a lot in Game 1 together. You saw that a lot in Game 2. Guys that are just continually have to be used every day. And quite frankly, if I step back into Game 1 just for a moment, I know it was Clay Holmes and Canley a little bit here for an inning or a third of an inning or 2/3 of an inning here and there, but there really was no reason to use them then. And now, if the Yankees get in trouble, there really is no reason to use a whole bunch of bullpen arms. You should probably go with Stroman because, hey, granted, we don't know how long Luis Gil's going to go tomorrow.
Yeah, you don't know how long he's going to go. We don't know how long his leash is. Then again, we asked that same question in Game 4 in the ALCS, and Luis Gil has delivered against Gavin Williams. First career postseason starts for the 2 of them. But Gil, he's a solid 4th pitcher in the rotation because Stroman's not ready to get back on a full-time starter basis.
I'm going to say this really quickly. I know it's not realistic as Mark Leiter Jr. goes in. Madison Bumgarner several years ago for the Giants against the Royals. I know some people don't want to hear that. But you might want to think about even using Garrett Cole at some points just to try to get some outs because you need to get results.
Yeah, you do. We saw this similar thing with Jordan Montgomery in Game 7 against the Astros for the Rangers last year.
So I'm glad that you didn't think I was totally crazy. I appreciate that, as it's 1-1 now. Later against Smith, knuckle curve up way high. Make it 2-1. Crowd's starting to boo. I want to make sure that the broadcast isn't too high to intersect with both Alec and our voices here. As its bases loaded, no place to put them with 2 outs. Crowd's getting impatient. I can understand why. 2-1. Up high again on a splitter. It's 3-1 with the bases loaded.
Oh, fans are getting restless. I just don't have any explanation for this.
You got to throw strikes. I don't care what the score is right now. You got to put it in play. Hope your defense can get some outs. And now another step off. And again, I'm going to say this. In between Trevino or Wells, I'm not sure which pitching staff that they're more familiar with. But this also makes you think about maybe Austin Wells is better at commanding their pitching staff. 3-1. What are we going to do here? This one is just on the outside black. That could have been ball 4, but it's a full count now. So bases loaded, full count, 2 outs. Dodgers already scored 1 in the here, and they scored 2 in the first. They're in danger of adding a lot more. Leiter needs a strikeout. He needs anything right now. They cannot walk. 3-2. Runners go. This one goes right back to Leiter. Fields it on a knee. He gets out of the tightrope, and somehow the Yankees only give up 1.
Well, there you go. Mark Leiter Jr. gets the Yankees out that bases loaded jam. It was a heart attack and a half. Even so, I may be too generous on how this bases loaded situation felt for the Yanks. It came right back to him, scooped it up, and then just a simple toss, even though it felt like a long toss from how things are going for the Yankees. They're down 3-0, but it feels more like 8-0 right now, given how well the Dodgers have been cooking in this World Series.
I agree with you, Alec. Again, I think you said that best, because I know you can look at the scoreline and say, hey, face value, this Yankees offense, no problem. They'll get things going. Let's just say that's what normal people would think if they haven't been watching this series. But it's anything but right now. Unless you're Giancarlo Stanton, and maybe you can throw Jazz Chisholm in there as well from that extra inning run as you talked about in Game 1. This lineup is struggling as well. So you point well taken.
Well, they got to make it into a close game, even though this doesn't feel like a close game at all. You want to speak on a close game? Check the Panthers and Sabres. The Panthers got a go-ahead goal from Mr. Clutch, Carter Verhaeghe, late in the second period after Jason Zucker and Rasmus Dahlin tied it up. Jesper Boquist and Sam Reinhart start the scoring for Florida. It's even at Tampa, by the way. There's another close game. Nashville got back-to-back goals in the middle frame thanks to Ryan O'Reilly and Gustav Nyquist. It's tied at 2 in Stammer's return.
That is exactly what the Predators need. Goals from goal scorers who did it all last season and give you some comfortability. I don't want to steal this one from Alec as well, but I know he's looking at the scoreboard and he sees this too. Might the Jets lose their first game this year? They're down 5-2 to the Maple Leafs.
You know, having a feeling about the Jets' schedule, the quality opponent that they beat is the Oilers. Outside that, even though they're 8-0-0, they got to start beating in quality opponents. Toronto is a quality opponent. I feel this game may serve as a gut check game for the Jets to see where they're at from a standpoint of playoff contention. Yeah, it feels good to win your first 8 games. Calgary may be another team that's playing over their heads right now. The Jets are playing over their heads, much like the Flames. And the Leafs, even though they lost to the Bruins and the Blues, they're still a talented squad and they are still regarded as such. I feel this is one of those get-right games for Toronto gut check game for Winnipeg.
I want to speak on Alex's point just for a moment before I switch over to the play-by-play side for the Yankees. Again, opponents, Calgary, Seattle, St. Louis, Pittsburgh, San Jose, Chicago, maybe Minnesota. We can toss a coin, but you can say 6 of those. I think your point's very well taken, Alec. You can only beat who's on your schedule right now. But once that quality control starts to ramp up, we'll see how good the Jets do.
We'll see how it goes for them.
So, Jose Trevino, this time he gets a chance to have the bat in his hands. And Walker Buehler starts the third with another strikeout. That's his 4th of the game already.
So he's looking more back to his old form, even though he's not throwing the fastball as fast as he used to. 96 is where it caps off now, but Jose Trevino, Austin Wells, feels like no matter who the catcher is for the Yankees, the bats are just not clicking for the catchers.
And it's not clicking for much right now, aside of the few names that we just spoke of from the commercial break. As Mark Pryor looks on, again, he's the Chicago Cubs legend, but now he is the pitching coach for the Dodgers. Had to deal with a little bit of injuries in his career alongside Kerry Wood, if you remember that rotation back in the day, but they're about as good as it gets. Verdugo, 184 only in the postseason, but his Game 1 catch is pretty memorable, a la Derek Jeter almost. Dodgers 5 1/3, starters pitch 6 1/3, and then 2 1/3, as they've been able to stay in the game and give the Dodgers what they need. As this pitch inside almost hits Verdugo, but he backs away.
Alex Verdugo, more of a defensive ace for the Yankees. You'd wonder when the bats are going to click outside of Soto and Stanton, because you said it. It's not just the catchers. It's everyone not named Juan Soto or Giancarlo Stanton.
And that's not what you expect alongside this Yankees lineup. You thought maybe the way that the Dodgers were, and Alec brought this up, as Verdugo falls back, and he's exactly right on this, that there was potential for run scoring on both sides. We might have maybe had to get our voice ready for some type of 7-6 duels. We're not seeing any of that right now. So just need to find something, some sign of life. And if Buehler looks like his old self, well, then the Yankees are in trouble. Sinker, inside corner. You're going to punch him right out as we go back to the top of the order. 2 straight strikeouts here for Buehler to start the bottom 3.
It might not be a physical punch out, but it felt like a mental punch out for the Yankees, that because they're not getting anything off of Walker Buehler. But what a good comeback story for Buehler. 2nd straight Tommy John surgery, and now he's pitching the time of his life in the World Series.
Yeah, he looks like the Buehler, again, that I watched over the last, 3 seasons. Again, I haven't seen him in a long time. He hasn't been really available to pitch. As this one, 88, probably should have got the call, did not want to cut or make it 1-1. So he's through 2 2/3, only 1 walk, 5 strikeouts, no hits given up so far for Buehler. So read into that what you will, as Gleyber Torres will take a knuckle curve, low and outside, 2-1.
Somewhere Gary Thorne is watching this intently.
I'm never going to get tired of that, Alec. Thank you for that. I appreciate the laughs.
Oh, the laughs.
2-1. Hey, if you're not going to laugh, you're going to cry. That's how you feel as a Yankees fan. Alec and I are pretty neutral here, but kind of shocked, honestly, Alec. I'm just going to be honest with you that this series line already is where it is. It really does feel like the Dodgers are in cruise control to go up 3-0 in this World Series.
The problem with Honda Accords is that they can get you reliable on destinations, but you don't want to use them on street races.
Is that what you're telling me? That's what the Yankees are driving. They should be driving a monster truck, not a Honda.
Oh, monster trucks. That's what they do in the regular season at the very least. As they draw this walk.
Gleyber Torres gets his 2nd walk of the game. It's the only sign of life that there has been. Now, Buehler misses badly on a knuckle curve, so he's going to lock back into the strike zone here. It is Juan Soto. That's the one danger point right now that Alec had spoke about with the Yankees as far as who can do the damage. This one, Cued right to first. No problem for Freddie. Steps on the bag. A walk and no more. Bueller's locked in. He's still got zeros. Now we're going to get set to take this in the fourth. But it's 3-0 Dodgers.
5 bats, 5 gloves at Freddy's. There are no jump scares with this game in comparison to 5 nights at Freddy's. But it's just a simple play for him to put away the Yankees heading into the fourth. 1-1 Blackhawks and Avalanche. The Avs just scored after Philip Kurashev struck the back of the net on the man advantage. Then it's KC at the bat for the tying goal.
I'm looking here a little bit. Oh my goodness, what is going on nationwide? 6-0 Blue Jackets.
I mean, it's just incredible to see this, that you'd be thinking, wow. You'd be thinking about the days of the John Tortorella Columbus Blue Jackets, plus Johnny Hockey.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a shocker here. Sometimes I know it's just a regular season game, but still, to see Columbus put it on the Edmonton Oilers, and it's not like the Edmonton Oilers. I know they got off to a worse start last year, and again, it's a long season, and they could probably have that same type of January run. I think there's a little bit of mild concern. I'm not going to say panic, but I will say mild concern.
Yeah, a little concern here for the Oilers, given that it's another one of those cases. Very so-and-so start for the Oilers, and then another injury concern for McDavid early. I don't know what the issue is, but hopefully he's all right.
Alec, I'm going to ask you a crazy question. I hope that you're ready for it. The Sharks are 0-7-2. I know they have the Macklin Celebrini injury. Some guys are struggling. But I think this team is more talented than they are last year, and they're 0-7-2.
Yeah, you have all those additions to the squad with Toffoli, Wenberg, Goodrow. You have Will Smith on a full-time basis. He's not getting a lot of minutes, though. But I feel the idea is that you have to get Macklin Celebrini and Will Smith together in the future. You have a new, that 70s line for the moment with Toffoli, William Eklund, and Celebrini. But without Celebrini, it's just a bunch of nothing. Yeah, you have Jake Wallman as your new number 1 defenseman. Is it enough, though, for defensive core? You got to keep building on that. Rebuilds don't finish in the blink of an eye. And normally those that do are aberrations, like the New York Rangers, for example, because they made it to the qualifiers in 2020 in year 1 of their rebuild, when they got Lafreniere, well, not Lafreniere, Kakko, Trouba. Yeah, those two are the first two you think of. Lafreniere the year after. Then you keep building on that. The Sharks are in the middle of this is officially their first year of their rebuild. And I say officially because it's supposed to be a start of a fresh perspective. To be winless through 9 games? Goodness.
And you jump back into the play-by-play in a second. I just want to say this. Between the Devils, Ducks, Sens, Avalanche, and Kings, it's been 5 of the last 6 there for Utah that they've dropped. That feel-good's probably gone. They got to get this one against the Sharks.
They have to. It's a gimme for San Jose. This is 2 strikes here. At the top of the order with Gavin Lux at the plate. So 2 balls, actually. As he's 2-0 on the count. Dave Roberts getting interviewed by the Fox broadcast in the meantime. Lux 7 the order up against Mark Leiter Jr. Wow, that seemed to be inside, but it's outside. Close as it was to it was the bottom right corner.
So we got 7, 8, 9 due up here. Lux, Fernandez, and Edmund. And we'll see if Mark Leiter Jr. can provide any sort of relief here for the Yankees.
Even so, Walker Buehler, he has 5 strikeouts. Leiter, how long his leash is, we don't know. Then you have to entertain the idea of putting Stroman in this for a long relief standpoint. Schmidt has 3 strikeouts as ball 4. Lux goes to first and the pitching struggles continue.
I know we're hearing some of the boos, and again, I'll say this half jokingly, but literally, Have the Yankees had anything to cheer about other than Fat Joe trying to perform before this game started? Because this is rough.
Well, to be fair, game one with Giancarlo's home run and Jazz Chisholm Jr.'s go-ahead run, but that all eviscerated when Freddie Freeman did the thing, and then Freeman did another home run in game two, and another one in this game. You'd figure that he'd do another one tomorrow. We don't know. 1-0 count. But it's not often you see comebacks are down 0-2 in a series. Just 15 times in 92 attempts in the best of 7 series. 1-1 on the left line.
Freddie Freeman's kind of like a metronome or a clock on the wall. You know it's going to be right at simple, and he's probably just due to hit another home run every game.
You think? If he gets another one, instant World Series MVP should the Dodgers win this out. Pickoff attempt is not there as Lux got back safely.
I'm going to say absolutely. He's my lock right now. And you can talk about the Dodgers bullpen, everything else. A lot of this has been worked, but give it to Freddie Freeman and rubber stamp it if this ends by Tuesday or Wednesday.
Either tomorrow or Wednesday. Probably some more candies to go trick-or-treating with. 2-1 count. This is upstairs for KK.
Yeah, that's the only thing right now that I think the Yankees are probably wishing for Halloween. Other than that, it's pretty scary to watch them on the field right now.
Boo! KK, right center field, down short of Soto, and still going is Lux. There is no play at third. He reaches safely. Runners at the corners.
Again, I don't have to surprise anybody when I say this, and Alex is going to know exactly what I mean. You start the inning with a walk, and then you can pound it with a hit there. And the Dodgers already in scoring position for Tommy Two-Bag.
If he triples, forget Tommy Two-Bags. How about Tommy Three-Bags?
Tommy Edman would not surprise me to do anything. He can pretty much do it all as far as power, defense. He's a complete player. It's hard to believe that the Dodgers were able to add him before the postseason started.
It's the low-key acquisitions that help you reach the championship, and even championships, like with the Celtics with Derek White previously and Xavier Tillman. This is a first pitch strike to Tommy Edman. The Panthers with Evan Rodriguez, Vlad Tarasenko, Sam Bennett throughout this time. Championship-winning teams make sneaky acquisitions. Rarely do you see them go for home runs, but it works out. And for reference, Jack Eichel with the Golden Knights, Mark Stone, Alex Pietrangelo. With the Panthers, Matthew Tkachuk. 0-1 count. This pitch will be on the way. Shows bunt. Wider steps up. This was... Oh! B punch out! A punch out for Gavin Lux as Edman got the bunt. The throw home was in time. Lux tried to reach home. And the Yankees get a sign of life.
I want to see Alec because you have an excellent call, but I know the Dodgers probably just going to burn one of their timeouts here just to try to challenge this thing, I'm guessing.
It's too close to call, but for the moment, it is a throw home from Leiter in time. I think he just got it underneath, John.
It's interesting to me anyway why Tommy Edman would have to bunt. It's not like they needed to sacrifice the runner to score. They already had a good lead. I'd rather just have him swing away, to be honest.
It's just insult to injury if he does swing at it and drive it over through right or left. It's just more insult to injury. And indeed, Dave Roberts is challenging. I think he's made the right decision.
Yeah, I think you have to because, again, considering where the scoreline is, Alec, you really got nothing to lose on these challenges. If the Dodgers are going to win this game outright, you might as well burn it. It's an important time to do so. This is an extra run, maybe.
Essentially, it is. If not, you still have runners at first and second, and you're in a good position to bring someone from second base of a swing and a drive. But my other question is, if Ohtani's not ready to go, who do you replace him with?
Again, Ohtani's the DH today as he usually is, and you're right. Again, there's still other options, whether it's Pages or Taylor or Kiermaier if they want to do that. We looked at this camera shot now. I just want to say this for everyone else to get the mental picture. I can't see whether Tom Edman got the hand in because it looks like Trevino's blocking the plate. I think Trevino is going to be able to get this successfully, and the Dodgers should be out at home.
I think that left knee, John, just in the nick of time.
That's what I'm seeing too. I agree with you.
I mean, not a wrong move from Dave Roberts. It was very close to call.
I know you'll get the official call in a second.
And it is. The runner out at home plate. Gavin Lux will sit down. No runs scored.
That's an interesting call. I'll just say that honestly. Again, it probably won't come into play as much because the scoreline is where it is, with top four in and out. And Alec, I will jump the gun here for a moment. I'm looking on the ESPN box, and I'm a little bit scared here. Nestor Cortez comes in for the Yankees. What do you think about that?
If I'm Aaron Boone, I would have had Stroman in this spot. I felt that Boone, in my opinion, would have been hesitant to put Cortez in this situation, given that he is just coming off of injury, and that both of his pitches were both hit. One wasn't out, the other was the grand slam in Game 1. But given that Cortez is recovering from his injury, that's my fear about him. Not because of his production, but because that you're thrusting him back into the fire and given that he is usually a starter. Maybe the thinking here from Boone is that he'd be getting him for long reliever role. I think take it easy on him. Short reliever role for the time being, then work him up for long reliever role before he is ready to be a starting pitcher again.
Yeah, I agree. I think the only thing I can say, I know this isn't the right answer, but to me, if I'm bringing in Aaron Boone to double down into your point, Nestor Cortez, I almost feel like I'm waving in the white flag, and it's still too early to do that. He's got to get some outs, and this is a big leverage situation because you're absolutely right about Stroman. That's where I would be more comfortable. I'm not quite sure if Nestor Cortez, if it's the right idea. I hope that he does well.
Well, speaking of right idea, well, the Blackhawks, they do have the right idea. Lucas Reichel especially. His first of the year is the go-ahead goal in the first period for Chicago over Colorado. And we spoke of Utah before. They scored first against the Sharks. It is 1-0 thanks to Dylan Gunter and his sixth of the year.
Can you give me a Monday Night Football update?
9-9 is all field goals between Chris Boswell and Greg Joseph.
It's the Chris Boswell experience. He's the best kicker in all of football.
You know, I'll gladly take that if it weren't for Brandon Aubrey. But best kicker right now in the AFC North.
So Shohei Ohtani is going to be due up against Nestor Cortez. You kind of wonder what's going on in his head. Runners at first and second after the sacrifice bunt at home did not work. The challenge failed.
I'm a little scared here about Cortez, as you said, as Ohtani swung and missed. And also, not only Cortez, but Ohtani. I don't know if he has to go back onto the dugout if such issues pop up with the shoulder again. And such we ask the question if he's going to have to sub out and then bring someone in to take his spot as the leadoff man. Would it be Andy Pages, Chris Taylor? We don't know. And if he's out, then that brings big questions for the Game 4 lineup. Ball 1, that looked to be a friendly call for Ohtani.
Yes, it was. And again, I don't want to say anything I shouldn't, but I'm just wondering whether or not this has any long-term ramifications there. Make sure that Ohtani's okay for next year as well.
Right line this time for Cortez. And you speak of next year. That's set to be his pitching debut for the Dodgers. We don't know when exactly it's going to be, but probably the issues with the shoulder. We don't know if it's going to cause a delay for his pitching debut or if it's going to last into next year in some significant time. The 1-2. Not even close. Evens up the count.
Yeah, you're exactly right, Alec. And again, you already granted the best hitter in baseball at $700 million, and then essentially get a free agent acquisition and Shohei the pitcher next year to add to that rotation. That's dangerous.
Dangerous combo. Put him at a top spot of the order as this is just down low. Full count now, and Yankees fans are getting restless.
Yeah, we said that a few times throughout this broadcast, and I think it's been apropos. They've had to sit on their hands. They're waiting for their team to do something, and they're just being subjugated by the Dodgers right now.
Cortez on the full count. This is foul back for Shohei. He'll stay alive here. That's his sixth pitch. You'd wonder how long his leash is, or if this is going to turn things over for Stroman on the next pitcher. Just not sure just yet, as Ohtani has yet to quick. Runners at first and second, with one out. Payoff pitch. Golf ball swing. Ohtani's going to sit down.
Ohtani kind of looked like Judge on that one. He did Cortez a favor. That was not close.
No, it wasn't. We speak of Aaron Judge. I feel Ohtani went a little early on that swing. Mistimed it. You gotta get the timing right. I don't know if it's a shoulder or if it's contributing to it. I feel injury could have a factor in this as he is over at the dugout. I think he's placing his gloves towards that counter as Cortez looks at second and first. Now delivers. First pitch swing. Out left field. Backing up is Verdugo. Johnny on the spot. Shy at the warning tracks on a line out to left. Score still 3-0. Dodgers in the middle of the fourth.
Sigh of relief there for Cortez, Alec? Because that was a first pitch swing from Betts. And I think he was pretty fortunate that he didn't get all of it. That was hung there right toward the middle of the zone. And he got away with it.
Yeah, he got away with something. But I know the Florida Panthers, they are thrilled to have Alexander Barkov return to the lineup. He missed the last 3 weeks after colliding awkwardly with the boards and the loss to the Ottawa Senators. And now that he's back in the lineup, he's making his presence felt. And the Panthers will walk away from Buffalo of a 5-2 victory. Barkov, finally, his first of the year in the game in which he returns from injury after a Sam Bennett power play goal. 8th of the year. Who expected 8 goals from Bennett?
Yeah, he started the year off hot when we called that first game alongside the Boston Bruins and the Florida Panthers, and it seems that he's had a continuation to it. He's a grit and sandpaper type of guy, so if he's already adding goals too, Florida's getting the best of both worlds.
And Ryan Donato, he has his 4th of the year for Chicago. Utah also gets another goal. This time it comes from Matias Michelli, his first of the year. 2-0 Utah, 3-1 Chicago.
I got to look here and see who's in net, and I'm just going to say it. Oh, boy. Alex Georgiev. His goals against was already at .499, and he's got an 811 save percentage, and it is just getting worse.
If anything, with his contract expiring, I don't know who's going to take it. I feel he's better suited in a backup goaltender role. He thought that he would be a number 1 starter. It worked for 1 year. Problem is that 1, he's getting relied on too much, and 2, he's not at the caliber of goaltender as with the likes of Shesterkin, Hellebuck, or Vasilevsky, for that matter.
We just gave you an update on that one. I'll give you another one right now because Marty inside the box scored. Nathan McKinnon has just scored before the end of the first. It's now 3-2. He scores on the power play.
Attaboy, Nate. Halifax, Nova Scotia represent, making Sidney Crosby proud to get the Avalanche back on track before the end of the first period. Maybe something for the Avalanche, but they need to get something in here because defense has been so-and-so, and it's not been the same as since the Stanley Cup winning year, and goaltending neither has been the case. The Orlando Magic get a 119-115 victory. Paolo Banchero had a 37-point first half. He finished the night with 50 for Orlando. Domination.
Oh my goodness, 50.
Yeah, 50 points. And Tyrese Halliburton had 10 dimes in the game in the losing effort. Swinging a drive left field. Aaron Judge, did he do the thing? No, senor. Teoscar Hernandez. No.
The crowd finally got loud about something for the first time. A positive note for Aaron Judge. At least he made contact with the baseball. It was not a strikeout. That's progress.
Well, there is something. He is quicking at the bat. So at least there is that going for him. But now it's Giancarlo Stanton. And it doesn't get any easier between him or Soto. He swung and missed on the fastball. He wanted that one to go out the park. 14 RBI for Stanton, the 0-1. Line drive for left. This will be down towards the warning track. Teoscar picks it up, and Giancarlo casually slides to second base. He's not a fast runner, but he gets a double.
I like that, Alec. He hustled for that extra 90 feet. Jazz Chisholm desperate, trying to make something happen to bring him in. Again, he was good in that game one. They need Jazz to kind of unlock a little bit as well. It cannot just be Stanton, as you said. This is critical. With runner at second and one out, the Yankees must get something out of this inning, Alec.
It just cannot be Soto and Stanton for this matter. Just like it cannot be just your top end guys. Aaron Judge, Jazz Chisholm, Gleyber Torres, anyone? That's what the Yankees have to be thinking. Right line for Walker. 0-1 count. That could not have been placed any more perfect.
That was a gorgeous knuckle curve.
And Spicy P, Pascal Siakam in the losing effort, 26 points, 9 rebounds. Chisholm drives to right, stepping up. Oh, wow! Mookie Betts! Are you kidding? Underhanded!
That was a casual dive in right field. He made that look easy as he stopped that from hitting the ground. That's why he's a 6-time Gold Glove Award winner.
Elite defense meets elite offense, not only for Mookie Betts, who can also do this on the offensive end, but also on defensive end. Jazz thought he had that, but no, as Mookie dove low in front and made the catch as this is down through the middle for Anthony Volpe. Betts a 6-time Gold Glove winner. Tommy Edman also has a Gold Glove to his record. You got defensive guys all over the place for the Dodgers. That's why that they're getting paid the big bucks, and that's why they got Edman. 1-1. Volpe has just 2 RBIs this postseason. That was a knuckle curve for Buehler that was outside at that top right. The 1-1. Foul to right. Volpe will face a 1-2.
Yeah, it's a good call by you, Alec, as far as the defensive alignment, because you're absolutely right. You got Mookie Betts and Edman to pretty much get everything. Edman was able to add. Teoscar's not bad there either and provides a lot of power. So you got defensive studs everywhere. You got guys that can score. You got some leaders in your bullpen that have done well. Your starters have done well. Really nothing to complain about for the Dodgers.
Yeah, literally nothing if you're the Dodgers. Not much to complain about. It's a 2-2 count. This was also upstairs. Especially with the fact that the Yankees are 2 of 15 with runners in scoring position. Not a good look as this is foul to right. They got to get something in the scoring position department. Because 2 of 15 in this stat, yikes.
Get yourself ready, my friend. We got a good one.
2-2 count. 3-0 lead for the Dodgers, trying to take a 3-0 series lead. 2-2 on the way. Line drive, and this will be offered away to throw home towards Stanton, and the tag is in time! Giancarlo Stanton is tagged on time, and that'll end the 4th inning.
Perfect call by you. Again, we just talked about Teoscar Hernandez. It's kind of fitting that he goes and throws an absolute bomb. I don't care if Stanton's not running all that well. It is kind of interesting whether or not you want to send Stanton, but it's going to take a perfect throw to left field. That was a good tag of the baseball, but Hernandez, a one-hopper. That was an easy tag for Smith, just able to get that down in time before the foot. Tremendous play.
And tremendous defense by Teoscar and Will Smith to get the throw and the tag in time. It's both well known between the both of us that Giancarlo Stanton's not a fast runner. The Dodgers know that as well. And they took advantage of that speed mismatch to get the throw from the left field line all the way down and take advantage of Stanton's lack of speed. He's more of a power hitter and is not of one of the faster guys on the team compared to the likes of Jazz Chisholm.
No, he's not, Alec. And again, it's one of those things, whether or not you feel like you should send the runner. Again, it might be a small thing in this game, but that was the first time really that we saw the Yankees in the bottom of the 4th get some sustained hits. I feel like they made the right call to try to send Stan. It's just going to take a really good throw, and Teoscar Hernandez provided what they needed on defense.
We speak of getting the offense back on track. Well, the Winnipeg Jets have woken up. Kyle Connor has 2 goals, but Mark Scheifele chimes in with 1 as the Jets trying to erase a 5-2 deficit in the third period. We're midway through, and in the new Monday Night Hockey on Amazon Prime in Canada for those who are listening along.
Is that what it's called now, Alec? That certainly seems like that could have been more of a creative name. Monday Night Hockey on Amazon.
I mean, Prime Monday Night Hockey, colloquially. I mean,
that's a rough one there as far as the meeting in the boardroom, but we'll take it. It's been a good game so far right now in this one. It's still 2 or let me look at this again because I got to make sure I get this in my notes. 3-0 on the Bucks here for the Dodgers. It could have been 3-1 if not for Teoscar Hernandez's throw from left field. I'll go ahead and update the YouTube box in a moment as I'll get set to take the 5th. I'll take the 6th, and we'll continue to switch across until this game is done. Yankees were looking for any sort of sign of life. They were able to get a couple hits in that 4th, but they were turned away with nothing.
As we're looking around the NBA score lines, the Celtics looking to wrap this up against the Bucks, and we also wonder at the same time, what the heck is going on with the Denver Nuggets?
Enlighten me, my friend, before I get in the play-by-play. What have I missed with the Nuggets?
They're 0-2 to start the year. I know you lost Kentavious Caldwell-Pope, but depth issues may be plaguing the team earlier than expected.
Gotcha. I'll continue to follow that one along. Continue in this game alongside Alec Nava. Top 5, 2-1 count against Freddie Freeman. He's going to get a 2-run jam and a walk. This time, slow ground out the Jazz. He can't make the easy play. And Freddie is going to be safe at first. My goodness, Yankees.
Oh, just when it can't get worse for them, this happens. The Jazz Chisholm Jr. had a gimme on a throw all the way across. I know it may be a tough play on that side, but you got to scoop it up and then make the throw all the way across. Oh, rough mishandle. Can't scoop it up, no full play.
No, that's definitely an error. That's got to be called. Nestor Cortez, again, you talked about it as well, for him trying to get a settling in process, whether they wanted to go to Stroman or not. Well, this is Cortez right now to get some long relief. And again, I've said this a few times throughout the broadcast. In my turn here, it's time to walk down and make sure not to give up anything else. Teoscar will send Judge to the warning track. He'll make the catch.
So at least there's something for the Yankees to breathe a sigh of relief after Chisholm couldn't make the easy play. But Freddie Freeman, that's got to feel good to get another hit, even though it's not counted as a hit. But to be on base again, that's some sort of confidence for your World Series MVP doings.
Yeah, this is going to give him some more bank and a possible trophy here in the offseason. Now, like, again, it just certainly seems like you could just start Freddie at first. This is what the Yankees need. Tossover from a double play. Rizzo keeps his foot on the bag. Muncie's out. That was a quick top 5. And Nestor Cortez induces the double play.
So, don't go yet. I know the Yankees, they have a penchant for late game heroics, but it can't just be late in games in which they do the most of their damage, because there's not a lot that's quicking. Step on and picked it up from Gleyber Torres, and then a throw from there to Anthony Rizzo to put them away and send us to the bottom of the 5th. The Yankees have just 2 hits. We need to know how many more hits they can get, because it can't be just your top guys. Stanton, Soto, you think of them, but the other one is actually Volpe, who has the other hit. Stanton has the first one.
So I know the Yankees have struggled a little bit in this one, but putting that aside for the moment, Alec, what do you think about Walker Buehler in this game? Because I think he's looked quite good.
He's looked like the Walker Buehler of old. Even though the fastball has to be back up onto the usual speed for him, he is delivering key pitch and fooling out the Yankees time after time again.
I absolutely agree with you. I'm looking at his line right now. 4 innings pitched, 2 hits, 2 walks, 5 strikeouts. Again, not quite the Jack Flaherty knuckle curve, but he's been able to feature that. He's also topped out at 96, which is the hardest he's thrown since he's come back. And he's looked quite good. His pitch count sits at 64, so still be good to go. And Alec and I were kind of wondering how long this might go for Bueller. I'll make sure I'll plug in my phone here in a moment. But I would think at least you get one more inning here for Walker. I think 5 looks pretty good. And the way that this bullpen has pitched, I think that might be all they need.
Probably one more inning, and then you start putting in the bullpen. I don't know who you go with first. Probably either Banda, Brazier, Vesia, who knows between the two of them. Have either one of these two go, and whoever doesn't go between the two of them, insert the other one in the 7th inning. Then go Kopech for the 8th, Trinan in the 9th.
That sounds good to me, Alec. I'm just making sure that this is all squared away here. I don't want to get any wires tangled. As we go to bottom 5, again, we've already gone to the bullpen on the other side. I'll click in on the ESPN box. For the Yankees, it was Clark Schmidt, just 2 2/3, 2 hits, 3 runs, all earned, 4 walks, 3 strikeouts. 2-run tank for Freddie. Mark Leiter Jr. already used just 2/3 of an inning with 1 hit and 1 walk. Nestor Cortez is the one that was out there. He just induced the double play through an inning and 2/3 of work. It's been seamless for him so far with the 1 strikeout, but the Yankees need offense. This is going to be up now to them to try to get something going. Anthony Rizzo will be the first to do battle here in the 5th. It'll be 6, 7, and 8. Rizzo will sky this one. We got a long camera shot. This is going to be shallow. And Mookie Betts will call off everybody. Looks like my time in the 5th is going to be cut short here. We already got an out into it after the double play. Mookie Betts makes an easy catch.
Just a simple step up for Mookie after he made that sensational diving grab at right field. Didn't have to do anything spectacular to Anthony Rizzo this time around. But once again, 6-time Gold Glove winner.
Jose Trevino now. This will take a fastball off high. Here for Bueller. Again, he's used his festivities of pitches. I'll go back into the notes here. And the mix of the four-seam cutter, knuckle curve, which are his primaries. We've seen a lot of that. As 93 gets poured high and inside in the zone, make it 1-1. Bueller about to throw pitch number 68. Again, as Alec and I mentioned, he's looked about as good as we normally would see him when he's back on the mound. That one is dotted on an inside fastball. Make it 1-2.
So they have to get the bats for the catchers going. No matter if it is Wells, Trevino, anyone.
Paging anybody right now. That's what they're saying for the Yankees. Again, Jazz Chisholm was the only one that essentially got robbed by Mookie Betts on a defensive play. You could say the same thing for Stanton at home, but that was just a great throw from Teoscar Hernandez. A couple beautiful defensive efforts here for the Dodgers. Does not get the call on a four-seam. Again, it's been a hit or miss on some of the pitches that are just high and outside. That one not called. Make it 3-2, although that was the right one. It will be Trevino on a 3-2 count. This one will be fouled straight back. We'll do it again.
So when you say paging anyone, could they be looking at Kyle Higashioka, who was traded to the Padres last offseason, the Soto trade? Maybe even Gary Sanchez, who used to play for them? I don't know.
Hey, Gary Sanchez was a guy that would just hit meteors. This is going to be a good play. Good work there for Muncy at third to get the toss over from Trevino. But yeah, he'll take anybody. Oh, Derek Jeter's on set out. Like, who says he can't suit up?
I mean, he played throughout the mid-90s all the way to the mid-2010s. But he did throw the ceremonial first pitch. I don't know how much he has in him left.
Yeah, it is interesting, and I say that almost half jokingly, but I think about it and look at the bench. And I know it's so many years ago, as it's Verdugo here 9. If nothing else intermittent happens, I won't interrupt it. But for DJ LeMahieu, was a 3-time batting champion. He's only played 67 games. He's only hit 204. This guy used to hit like 340, 350, and then all of a sudden you get 36, kind of lose it a little bit. That would be somebody I would think if the Yankees were even rolling an average offense that DJ LeMahieu would be playing every day.
Maybe. If he's in the roster, then he'd be getting them a boost. I don't know.
Yeah, because it was, I mean, when he was first with the Yankees, he was ridiculously good. So there's something. Trent Grisham only hits like 160. They haven't used Jason Dominguez, John Birdie, as Waldo Cabrera. I think the only thing that Alec and I are probably in complete agreement with is you don't take Aaron Judge out of the lineup, but you got to move him down, do something. Verdugo toward right, and Mookie Betts putting on a show. He makes the catch near right field. Buehler through a scoreless 5, and the Yankees are going to start to run out of time. Let's go to the 6th. It's 3-0 Dodgers.
So the clock is definitely their enemy now. Nothing doing throughout these first 5 innings. That's really not doing anything else. As Mookie Betts, he's all over right field right now. Catching top-handed, even with his back facing the batter, diving. He's showing us why he's a 6-time Gold Glove winner right now.
Yeah, like he's just having some fun right now as his team's up 3-0. Right now they're up 3-0. That's the same threat that they're about to have in this World Series lead if this continues. And I'll be honest with you, again, I try to be as neutral as possible alongside Alec in these broadcasts. I don't know where the answer comes from the Yankees. And I know fair or unfair, it's hard to put all the pressure on one player, but that's exactly what Aaron Judge can do. In a game like this where it's still, let's be honest, it's hanging on the brink. It's only a 3-run game. This is doable for the Yankees, but right now, from what we're seeing, we're just not seeing any offense from them.
No, it's just absolutely nothing save for Giancarlo Stanton and Anthony Rizzo on their 2 hits. Just 2 hits. And that's come from Stanton and Rizzo. Everyone else a combined 0 Even Juan Soto himself does not have a hit. Someone you expect to have a hit every game, he's not quicking right now.
No, so we'll see if we can get anything different here. Again, that's kind of how I timeline this in the preview here for the spaces. The venue change, but we'll see if anything else changes. Again, it's 2-3-2 as far as the venue change. So the next 3, only if needed, will be in the Bronx. Alec going to get set to take this off from the 6 before we switch back over. And again, we were thinking we might have, especially for me for Game 7, but for Alec for Game 6, some prior plans. We might not even have to worry about those the way this game is going. We might be able to cover this series the whole way through.
Yeah, given that this is so far so good for the Dodgers. They're on total cruise control.
Yeah, it's hard to believe when I look at this. Again, I'm just going to say this is plain as day. The Dodgers in cruise control with just 2 hits, right? That sounds like an oxymoron, but it's 3-0, and it's the truth. We're just not seeing a pulse right now. Again, I'll refresh this box score because it did not refresh there. So 3 hits for the Dodgers, 2 for the Yankees, and we'll see if that changes. Al's going to get set to take over. I believe, I'm looking at this now, Jake Cousins is going to be on the mound.
So Cortez's leash, as we're looking at him, his leash lasted 15 pitches. So right where I suggested, short reliever role for Cortez. Slowly work him back up before he's fully ready to resume starting pitching duties.
And Jake Cousins, as you mentioned, he's already been worked a lot. So I wonder, if he could just get through this inning, that's probably all he's going to have to do.
I think just this inning, because he's had a heavy workload throughout. First pitch, strike at that top left corner. So far, Cousins has not lost that luster since those first 2 games in which he has pitched. He did pitch for a hefty workload in Game 2. Second pitch, same placement, even though it was a different pitch, 0-2. Will Smith is this number 6 batter for LA. Right after him, and you have in the mix, Gavin Lux and Kike Hernandez. The 0-2. Into short, and a dive by Anthony Volpe.
I'd say strong defensive play there to be able to make the catch. That one was actually scolded. That was a good exit velocity right off the bat, but Volpe made that look easy.
What a dive there, John. I mean, jumping up across to make the catch, that is sensational for him. And we also have a reliever who's warming up at the bullpen right now as Brusdar Graterol may be the first reliever on for LA. We don't know if we've seen the last of Buehler. Is this a swing and a miss for Lux? I don't know when Buehler is going to come out, but we'd imagine maybe this inning. Just not sure. But Buehler has thrown 76 pitches as of late. This is ball one to the left. Sinker.
I'm going to say, Alec, even if we already saw the end of Buehler here, I think it's either the right call or it's not the wrong call. He's done a great job. I think Dave Roberts probably happy with Buehler's already done in this game.
1-2 as this was placed onto the top right corner. It's out to number 8. The Yankees have a long list of retired numbers. The 2 of Derek Jeter. He has some other retired numbers of note. Babe Ruth, Lou Gehrig, Yogi Berra. You name it. All sorts of history throughout. 1-2 is downstairs on a slider. 2-2.
With all those retired numbers, Alec, you can get a little bit of energy from all the players that have played in the other Yankee stadiums in the past and try to bring that to the Yankees, but it's not working right now.
We have a foul ball backwards, but no, it's definitely not working. The Yankee Stadium's past, and especially the one that was the old Yankee Stadium back in the Joe Torre days. 2 balls and 2 strikes, 1 out. Jake Cousins on the mound. Another 2-2. Oh, Lux turns, gets hit, and he'll walk.
That was an easy one there. He couldn't really get out of the way to avoid it. Now it'll be up to Kike Hernandez after the hit by pitch.
We have some celebrity watches here. Craig Carton's here at Yankee Stadium. New York is a city that is full of celebrities watching our Jimmy Fallon, to name another. I don't know where else the other celebrities are from New York, but we saw some Los Angeles celebrities. Rob Lowe, namely, diehard Dodger fan. We even saw Dodgers co-owner Magic Johnson, artist, and a wild ball gets away from Trevino. Lux is safely able to take second.
Alec, this is UGLY in capital letters. My goodness.
On point. 1-0 after that wild pitch. It got away from Jose Trevino. That was not a good throw by Jake Cousins by any means. I wonder what the strategy was by Boone to have him pitching here in Game 2. But it was already Game 3, but he was already used up in the first 2 games. 1-0. Ground ball through center. This gets by Volpe. Here comes Lux on the way to home. The throw is going to be safe. Lux reaches home safely. It's 4-0.
That was a good throw from Judge towards center, but Gavin Lux runs pretty well, all things considered. Freddie Freeman puts his hand in the air. He's pumped. Dodgers fans signal safe, in which it is. That's another big extra run. I completely agree with you for Cousins. I mean, this dude is overworked. There's no doubt about it.
Aaron Boone is overusing him in these 3 games, and it's basically getting the wear and tear on his arm even more. I feel that putting Cousins in here was not a good strategy at all. You have to go to someone different. Tim Hill didn't pitch in both games at Dodger Stadium. How about throw him out there up against this lineup? Or how about Tommy Kahnle? Even for his constant use of changeups, as we have a first pitch strike to Tommy Edman. Well, even for the constant use of changeups from Kahnle, how about throw him out there onto the mound? That's a better idea opposite Cousins. No pickup for Kike.
I completely agree with you, Alec. And even though the Tommy Kahnle changeup's almost a meme at this point, I enjoy it.
56 straight changeups. That is just nothing short of incredible there. The 56 straight changeups. All 1 count. Trevino readies up. The pitch. Big swing and a miss. It went downstairs. Not even close on the slider.
So last time they made him do a sacrifice bunt, which was out of the play from a good Yankees play. Now they got to make sure if I'm Tommy Edman, I'm swinging away.
Oh, they're just giving Luck some breath. He was dead tired after taking home plate, reaching safely 1-2. I mean, aire. Just a Spanish expression for air. Well, he definitely needs a breather after that. 1-2 is outside as well. Evens the count at 2.
Again, Alex just mentioned who could be available here for the Yankees in their bullpen. But right now, somebody just got to get out, so use the best arm, see what you got.
Maybe Stroman? I don't know. Full count. Tim Meza could be another option in that regard. They don't have Ian Hamilton because he is injured. Has been since Game 3 of the ALCS. Full count. Cousins on his 17th pitch. Swinging a miss. The throw over to second base on steal attempt in time. There will not be a play for Kike.
Yeah, I don't have to steal anything for you there because it's a good call, Alec. Again, they'll challenge, but they thought about it, but they're not going to. It's a strike them out, throw them out. That's what the Yankees need there. Now they need to score some runs. As we head to bottom 6, it's 4-0 Dodgers. They add on yet another one as Kike Hernandez singles to center and scores Gavin Lux with a play at the plate. That's your latest. We had a 2-run jam from Freddie in the first. We had a Mookie Betts RBI single on the third after a couple walks, which scored Edman and now Kike to make it 4-0 for the Dodger Blue. Brusdar Graterol looks like he might be getting the chance here, and it seems like the day is done for Walker Buehler. If indeed it is, it's 5 innings, 2 hits, 2 walks, 5 strikeouts, and 76 pitches. I thought he was brilliant.
Yeah, brilliant in a Game 3 start. He didn't need to go 6 innings. 5 innings would be the leash if I'm Dave Roberts for Walker Buehler. Have him at that, monitor where he is, then look at him and see how long he can go over next year if I am Dave Roberts and Mark Pryor when Ohtani comes to pitching and Glasnow comes back. Then you figure out the starting rotation. Probably something like Ohtani, Yamamoto, Glasnow, Buehler. Maybe Flaherty can be exchanged on that if Flaherty comes back.
Yeah, that's another one. I'm going to say this as a selfish Detroit Tigers fan. I would be a little upset if he didn't try to reach back out to Jack Flaherty, but I heard after the offseason was done, which made me kind of sad, but the Tigers are not expecting to spend a ton of money. I don't really like that, if I'm going to be completely honest with you. I'll be kind when I say it, though, because I do think you need to reward the young kids who had a pretty good postseason run. At least give them some support.
Yeah, you want to raise payroll, invest some of that money on the team. That's what Peter Seidler used to do with the San Diego Padres. They're a de facto small market team, but he continuously raised payroll because he continues to invest money. The Minnesota Twins, after winning their first series in a while, 21 years, this is a decision that I'll never understand from the Twins. That after winning their first postseason series in 21 years, they reduced payroll. That will never not baffle me.
No, I agree with that 1,000%. Your team makes a run, you got to add. Even if it's not a lot, you can't subtract. That makes no sense.
That just makes no sense at all. Then, you do have some final scores on the basketball side, one of which was the Boston Celtics downing the Milwaukee Bucks 119-108. Their main 6 all put up double figures, namely Jaylen Brown with 30 points, Peyton Pritchard with 28 points in 28 minutes off the bench. Graterol's first pitch is a perfect strike down the middle, 101.
Jeez. Brusdar Graterol, you talk about that heavy sinker that he had. Gleyber Torres hasn't had to do much today, a couple walks in his plate appearances, but man, 101 already out of the gate.
Yeah, already he's throwing out some heat. Sliders at 93, that evens up the count at 1-1 after it's outside, and then throws another one outside, this one to the left. It is 90 miles an hour, another slider. So he has a good sinker-slider combo.
I know they showed this on the Fox box across, but Dodgers starters in the 3 games so far have only given up 3 combined runs. Buehler wasn't even touched up today.
So that was a friendly call for Gleyber Torres as it was seemingly inside the strike zone, but this one now a dot. Main Street 99 on the sinker. It's a full count for Brusdar against Torres.
I'm going to say this, Alec. I think Brusdar Graterol is an absolute weapon. I don't care if it's the Dodgers bullpen or not. I think the Dodgers do well to probably hold on to him as long as he can locate. At 100, I don't know how you hit it.
Payoff pitch. Ground ball is a bouncer. Gavin Lux to Freddie Freeman. The throw seemingly wide, but Freeman adjusts and perfectly catches it and puts Torres away. It's the first time he does not walk in this game.
Yeah, you get that very heavy sinker, and what it's designed to do is get ground balls toward first. The adjustment, as Alec mentioned, be able to get that one done. Again, Freddie's supposed to be dealing with a little bit of an ankle injury, but we're not seeing any of that, especially when he's also at the bat rack constantly hitting tanks.
Yeah, we get a touchdown from the Pittsburgh Steelers. Finally, at last, as we have a 1-0 count on Juan Soto. Calvin Austin gets the first touchdown of this Monday Night Football game. 1-0 pitch. Not even close. It's 2-0. But that sinker at triple digits, 100.
And you still got Russell Wilson under center, correct?
Yep. Second game with him after he helped take down the New York Jets. And there's a strike at the bottom right corner. This fastball at 97.
Once you get through the 6th inning, I do want to ask you a football question, but I'll hold on to it for a moment.
2-1. Ooh, Soto got out of the way. 3-1. He had to shuffle backwards. 73 yards to the house for Austin. 18.8% walk rate, which is the 5th highest in MLB history for Soto. He's trying to swing at it. Now he gets some more towards Graterol. The 3-1 did not go. It's outside right. Soto will head to first.
That's at 100, just outside, too. What an eagle eye for Soto there to draw the walk.
So there it is. And what a fitting end to this between Nashville and Tampa. Overtime and Stamkos' return.
Is you said that's still going on? It's in overtime?
It's in overtime right now.
Well, why not Stamkos with the GWG? You just have to say it that way.
Storybook ending. As we have this mound meeting between players. Mark Pryor did not come inside. So it remains 4-0 Dodgers. Still a close call, and it's not over until the final out. But it's a mound meeting here. But everyone has come out of it. The pitching coach did not come in, so I don't know if they're going to count this as a mound meeting, but Aaron Judge needs to turn things around. Takes a first pitch ball. That looked to be a strike in the top right corner, or top left.
Yeah, that definitely was, Alec, but it wasn't called. Again, you're about to get a development here in a moment, but I feel like if you're Judge, you just got to swing quickly here, try to make something happen.
Well, oh my goodness, it feels that Juan Soto is arguing fielder's interference at second base. Once the catch was made, the throw in time to second base. What in the absolute wide world? This ball came back to Brusdar Graterol and the throw all the way to Tommy Edman. Did he step foot at second base? He did. I don't know if Soto has a valid argument or not, but we'll have to check closely on this one.
Yeah, I don't think he does, Alec, now that I get the second look at it. In the sense they do get the out at second, but that throw was almost wild. That could have been a disaster there for the Dodgers, but they will get the lead runner. Judge will be at first.
Chop foul back. 1-1 count for Giancarlo Stanton. He can make this a 2-ball game or what a 3-ball game. 3-run game, 2-run game. So still in the middle of overtime. Tampa and Nashville. Winner gets the extra point. Big swing and a miss for Giancarlo. Strange to see the sinker is faster than the four-seamer.
Yeah, it's not very common, but that heavy sinker, I mean, again, You mix that in with a fastball or some off-speed, Gratterall can definitely be dangerous.
2-2 on the slider. As Gratterall, he readies up for the 2-2 pitch. 17 pitches in. 2 outs. And Giancarlo. Pass Gratterall to center field. It's a base hit. That's where Judge will sit. At second base.
Well, boy, oh boy, doesn't that out at second that they were able to just get the foot on the bag there for Tommy Edman. That was huge because Stanton probably could have driven in a run there. And now they're showing some of the defensive plays for the Dodgers. You got that bomb from Hernandez in left. You got Mookie Betts with a diving catch in right. And Tommy Edman leaping to keep his foot on the bag. I think that's going to be it, and that's all for Gratterall. We're going to go to the bullpen.
Yeah, they started with the bullpen of Gratterall, and Dave Roberts wants to stick to his word of limiting bullpen relievers to 20 pitches at most. He is standing by that, and he's getting his next guy on. We don't know who it is, but as we go over to what you said about football, it is a 73-yard punt return by Calvin Austin. Speed for days.
I want to ask you this, and I don't want to be disrespectful to the Jets fans, but is that team any good? Because they are struggling. I couldn't believe they lost to the Patriots.
Oh my goodness. I know it's one thing losing to the Steelers with Russell Wilson. I know the margin is going to be Russell Wilson's deep ball, giving him the advantage over Justin Fields. But losing to the Patriots, a Patriots team in which Gerard Mayo was saying that we're playing soft right now, and then you bounce back onto a big win over the Jets, and the Jets, they fall to 2-6. Mind you, this is with Aaron Rodgers and Devontae Adams. This team, I just wonder what is going. I feel there's a culture problem inside of it. They have the talent, but it doesn't mean anything if you don't have a functioning culture inside of it. It's not good over at Gang Green right now.
It's rough for me to say this, but I do feel like I'm going to mean what I'm about to say. I know they lost Saquon Barkley for the Giants to go to the Eagles, but I almost feel like I'd rather be the Giants now than the Jets.
Ooh, boy.
That's a rough one, isn't it?
That's definitely a rough one. To have similar records between the Giants and the Jets is not where the Jets want to be. They have playoff aspirations heading into the year, and everything is blowing up.
Yes, it is. So we'll continue to monitor that. I had to ask that question because it was on my mind. So Jazz Chisholm now will get a chance to come up. Again, I'm looking on the ESPN box. It has Alex Vesia on the mound.
He got the save in Game 2. Took one pitch, but he did get at what matters. Well, we wondered what is going on with the Denver Nuggets. Well, they got an OT victory over the Toronto Raptors. Nikola Jokic, 40 points, 10 rebounds. It's not triple-double, but every one of the starters was at double figures in the overtime victory. Much needed for the Nuggets because they are off to a very slow start.
40 points, my goodness. And again, the first one-pitch save in World Series history. We had a first Grand Slam walk-off. There's been a lot of good stuff already.
For Dodgers fans, at the very least, this is spike for Vesia. So we were wondering how big the workload would be for him if he were to pitch on back-to-back days, considering he's coming back from an injury. But he only lasted one pitch in Game 2. That's all he's needed. So he's very well rested heading into this game. This next one, same placement, same pitch, same result, 2-0.
So Jazz Chisholm is going to try to get a big leverage at bat. Again, he was really good in the extra inning part for Game 1 until everything happened with Freddie Freeman and changed it.
3 of 18 with runners in scoring position for the Dodgers. 3 of 16 for the Yankees. Similar marks. Neither of them are good. Foul back. And Chisholm, he may be shaken up. Hopping on one foot. Well, he certainly felt something.
Yeah, he got bit near that gold cleat, the little plate protection that he's got there. He's going to need a couple extra seconds before he hops back into the batter's box.
Probably taking a look at that shin because it definitely got stung. 2-1 count as Chisholm gets back. And the Maple Leafs, they get the win and hand the Jets their first loss of the season on a John Tavares hat trick. Welcome back, man.
Yeah, they need Johnny T to get going. That's a good win there for the Leafs. They're probably worried a little bit, I would imagine.
2-1. Line drive. It took one bounce. That played to second base in time. And that puts the end of this 6th inning as we go over to the 7th and a stretch.
Well, Vesia does the job. My only question now is he only had to really do one pitch. This time it's 4. Is his day already done? Because that would be light work the last 2 games.
Oh, I wouldn't wonder if his day is done. I wonder how many pitches is he going to last. Do remember, at the maximum, limit him to 20 pitches, maybe 15 for an injured reliever. If you're going for that strategy, that's what Dave Roberts ideally wants to go.
Yeah, I agree with you. Yankees get turned away there as Vesia able to get the job. Just the third of an inning there as he gets that one. We'll get set to stretch here. Yankees need some runs. They got to stretch something out because this 0 is lasting too long. 4-0 Dodgers. We've already kind of given you that score reset. We're just waiting to see if there's any sort of pulse on the other side. I mean, that's kind of been the problem right now from the way that this has gone. But the Dodgers, we talk about it. Yamamoto, Jack Flaherty, and now we had the mix with Walker Buehler. When you only give up a couple runs in between your starters here, and Buehler, again, as you mentioned, hasn't really had a chance to pitch a whole heck of a lot. I mean, that's about as good as you could do for these starters here for LA.
Yeah, as for, you want to find out who scored the overtime winner in that Nashville-Tampa game. Well, it wasn't Stamkos, but rather one of his former teammates, Nick Paul.
Nick Paul is one of my favorites. I'll say that. He might be a bottom sixer or whatnot, but he always seems to bring the pain.
Oh yeah, that is for sure. Wizards-Hawks battled the first 2 picks of this year's draft. Oh, it's not really a highly regarded draft because these 2 are more of project picks between Zachary Risacher and Alex Sarr. But it was the Wizards getting the victory at ATL with Jordan Poole leading the way, 26 points. 6 of 8 from 3-point range. Kyle Kuzma, 25 points, 5 of 9 from 3-point range. Atlanta, 29 from Jalen Johnson with 12 rebounds and 7 assists. But Trae Young going 2 of 15 does not help. But I would believe there is some sort of a bounce back year for Jordan Poole because the last 2 years were so on Jordan Poole-like. I think it's a good start for him.
Yeah, it feels like he's been thrown into the shadow realm, Jordan Poole, because when I remember from Michigan, and especially early alongside Golden State Warriors, he's really good. And then one last update from me, from the Fortress at T-Mobile, I think the Flames are going to have a tough time in this one. Alex Pietrangelo gets on the board first from Alexander Holtz and William Karlsson.
Here we have Salvador Perez, who is the winner of the 2024 Roberto Clemente Award. Congratulations to the captain of the Royals.
Salvador Perez has been one of the good ones for a very long time, a former World Series champion. Again, they tried to make a run against the Yankees, but really it was the AL Central that fell to them alongside the Royals and the Guardians. And right now the Dodgers, as we're getting some looks at Oshu in Japan, Tim Hill's out there now, a little sidearm against Otani, as we monitor the way that he's swinging the bat. Doesn't look to be too worse for wear right now, this Shohei, but he's way down a 2-2 now.
Oh yeah, they got the sticks out cheering for the Dodgers. They're all Dodgers fans over at Japan now.
That's not too bad. You got Otani, you got Yamamoto. There's a lot to work there. Again, there was probably a lot of Yankees fans back in the day with Hideki Matsui in the like.
Oh yeah, and no matter where Yu Darvish goes, Japan will certainly root for him too.
Yeah, Yu Darvish is another one. Again, I can't believe he already is as old as he is. I'm going to miss seeing him pitch. Hopefully he continues. The Padres just couldn't give him any run support in the postseason. This one is a can of corn. Jazz Chisholm should have easy time with it. We'll make the first out of the top 7.
So, Otani, he's been hitless so far in this game and last game. I don't know what is up with it, but if it's the shoulder injury that is compounding to it, I just feel it is ouchies.
I think you're playing with fire a little bit with Otani to make sure that he doesn't injure anything else. I know I said that earlier, but some of these at-bats that I'm seeing, the swing that I saw him take in the previous and what she punched out, none of these are being driven with power either. So I am getting a little nervous for Otani to make sure nothing else happens. As Mookie Betts now, it's a strike from Tim Hill. They get 1-1.
So he is getting the most of it on defense. Now he has the bats to back it up. Even though it's just one hit, it's an RBI base hit in the third inning that got the job done. He scored on Tommy Edman in that regard. Do remember.
Yes, he did. He had that lifter toward right field. Kind of got jammed on him a little bit, but it did split the plate in between Soto and Rizzo. It's now 3-1. Tim Hill's working very quickly, and he'll get the call on the outside black, make it 3-2.
So Tim Hill, with his sidearm, I feel he's going smoothly so far. I don't know when he's going to run into some trouble, if he is a full count.
And you called it, Alec. You're ahead of me on that one. It's going to be a ball high, and Mookie Betts will draw the walk. And one thing I noticed with Tim Hill right now, when he gets that ball tossed back from Jose Trevino, he's not messing around. He throws it right back in there. There is no waiting.
I don't know how I'm ahead of you, and my screen shows that I have yet to get the play on time of you.
You called it ahead of time. You just knew it was going to happen.
I mean, full count, he just knew that maybe a walk could be coming. As Clay Holmes, he's warming up.
Freddie Freeman is going to follow this off his right foot. Hopefully that's not the same ankle that's bothering him, but now he's a little bit ginger. Yikes. As that one goes off the foot, we'll see how Freddie continues to manage. Again, I'm only getting the individual camera shot, but that was right toward the big toe on that left foot, and they're going to give him the time he needs before he digs back in.
Oh, yeah, he definitely needs that time. He is definitely walking gingerly. He already is dealing with a badly sprained right ankle. That may be his same foot. If he re-aggravated that one, he has the front of the foot. I don't know if that's a re-aggravation, but oh, you never want to see anyone re-injured the same ankle that they have injured.
No, he got hit. He definitely got hit flush off of back control there from Hill and just followed it off his own foot. One-handed toss over there from Hill. He just kind of tossed that one over there like he would in the playground. So again, it's a little bit interesting seeing the way that the lefty works, but he does work quickly. This is another sidearm right here, but it'll be a sinker followed straight back, make it 1-2.
Well, I don't know if that a hit towards that right foot is going to impact his running ability, but given that he's doing the right ankle sprain and then fouling off of his right foot, I feel it could limit his running ability a bit.
Yeah, very well made, Alec, on this side. Again, I'm just continuing to watch Hill and the way that he's delivering those pitches with a little bit of sidearm. Again, Derek Jeter, I've heard him talk about it. He said, these are the guys I hate facing the most, the lefties that have that kind of funky delivery. This one will be hit in toward the ground, tossed over to second, see if they can get Freddie. It's not running all that well, but he still made it to first, so it'll just be a fielder's choice with 2 outs.
Well, no worse for wear. They exchanged the 1 out for Freddie going to first. Then maybe you could take advantage of his injury at his right foot. Well, he isn't running all that well. They get Mookie out, but not Freddie. Well, he's not at full speed right now, but maybe take advantage of the foul ball off his right foot.
Yeah, you'd have to think so, because that one did hit him pretty flush, as we mentioned. Again, Teoscar Hernandez is going to take a longer look at the scouting report, because I think we're going to get a pitching change here. So we'll step aside for a moment with 2 outs, top 7.
So I'll be looking more NBA score lines right now. So, well, Miami's getting back to their winning ways. I just wonder what is up with their Dwayne Wade statue, because that does not look like Dwayne Wade at all.
I'm glad you mentioned that, Alec, because if I had to say a look-alike as far as 1 being the least and 10 being the most, that is a negative.
Oh my goodness. I mean, it's the Cristiano Ronaldo bust all over again.
It was just, I saw it get unveiled, you get the smoke, you get the theatrics, and then I imagine you just get the shot crowd sign.
It is his house. But at least it could just take some time to correct the Dwayne Wade statue to get it accurate to match his face. Well, at least Jimmy Butler is doing the talking right now. 23, 4 and 7 with 4 steals. Terry Rozier, 25 and 3.
Pretty good there for Scary Terry, and again, the same thing for Jimmy Butler. Kind of used to him doing those, especially on the defensive end. Pretty good late hockey game that we got going on. 6:16 in the first. It's 1-1 between the Canes and the Canucks.
So, old-fashioned defensive battle between two defensively reputable teams. So far it's low scoring. Well, we speak of low scoring. Two defensive teams, Cavs and Knicks. 110-104. Cavs win. They're off to a 4-0 start. And Darius Garland's turning it back on. 34 points. And they're 4-0 under Kenny Atkinson. So good start for the boys in wine and gold.
That's a pretty good basketball team that they got over there. And you can mix in the two big men between Mobley and Jared Allen, correct? You got the backcourt of the Spider Donovan Mitchell. And you mentioned with Darius Garland. There's a lot of talent on that team. They're still young. Again, Donovan Mitchell's going to be their superstar. But I think they expect at some point Cleveland, they might have a chance to win a title or compete for one at least.
Yeah, I don't know if this is a surprise or not, but the Chicago Bulls, they upset the Memphis Grizzlies 126-123, led by Zach LaVine's 30 points. That's a big night for him.
And Zach LaVine was one of those guys that they try to get for to move teams. That didn't happen. Moving from a first to third are the Dodgers here. So Freddie, I guess he got another one of those rests off the commercial break. He breaks to third. Teoscar Hernandez off the dive from Volpe. He gets a single.
So more base moving. Freddie, even for the ankle being banged up, once by that sprain and another by that hit towards the foul ball, that Teoscar, he capitalizes this time around, puts the Dodgers in another scoring position. More and more we be seeing the Dodgers getting more bats coming alive. On the road, they're doing a lot of damage. Dating back to Game 4 against the Padres, it continued on in that Mets series, and now here. I feel the Dodgers, they're thriving, not just in close situations, but also in blowouts. And it looks to be a blowout.
Yeah, they are, Alec. Again, I don't know, and I agree with you, whether or not you want to quantify 4 as one, but I'm going to say it. You're right. It feels like it. The Yankees aren't doing anything. They're being shut down, and they have to take their bitter medicine, as Max Muncy will be a sweeper on the inside, make it 1-1. We're waiting for a sign, as I've been saying, for the Yankees to do anything, but as I've mentioned a few times already, I don't think it's going to happen. You just don't get the feeling. 1-1. Muncy could break this wide open if he makes contact with this baseball. He can on a slider, make it 1-2.
Well, he can. Power swing, it can work wonders for Mad Max.
We'll see what we get as Fox is profiling some of those starters there for the Dodgers, a good reason. Waiting on a 1-2 count. Muncy take the sweeper, misses low.
Yeah, and by the way, we have another touchdown from Calvin Austin. This one's on a pass. The first one's on a punt return. 29 yards out from Russell Wilson.
And Muncy going to punch out here. Clay Holmes able to do his job after the single. Dodgers don't get anything. It's not like they need more. We'll go bottom 7. It's 4-0 Dodgers.
So it looked to be there for Freddie Freeman with him getting over to third with that Teoscar Hernandez hit. Well, in the meantime, we have Daniel Hudson warming up. So I would imagine that Roberts is pulling the plug on Alex Vesia at this moment. I think Vesia's done his job. He doesn't want to risk further injury from Vesia on that slight workload. So maybe the right call. We just don't know if it's going to pay off. New reliever onto the mound, and you limit the damage done on both sides. So good job there for the Yankees pitching staff of the relievers. Now it's time for the bats.
Yes, it is. It's been more than time, Alec. They only have 3 hits to date right now as we go to the bottom 7th. We're in the Bronx. John here with you alongside Alec Nava. Again, to make sure they'll be in hand for games 3, 4, and 5. I couldn't work Saturday's game because of the previous obligations, but Alec took care of that. We saw much more of the same as we saw in Game 1, despite the heroics from Freddie Freeman. But it's been all Dodgers so far in this World Series. And I can't remember the last time that there's been a sweep or a World Series that hasn't been competitive. My memory banks doesn't go that far back from MLB. We can probably look it up. But so far, this has been one of the most least competitive ones I've seen so far.
Oh, yeah, this felt like it's no contest.
So it'll be Volpe, Rizzo, and Trevino, 6, 7, and 8. Again, the Yankees have just 3 hits, trying to find something. Again, we'll take a look and see if they moved across for any sort of pitching lines. I haven't seen that yet on the ESPN box, but we'll throw it across. Vesia, just a third of an inning, didn't give up anything. Brusdal Gratterall, 2/3. Walker Buehler, he's been the story of the game, really, for me, for the Dodgers, because he hasn't pitched all that much, but 5 scoreless, 2 hits, 2 walks, 5 strikeouts. Again, as Alec and I mentioned, he looked pretty good. 76 pitches, so he didn't get overworked. He was just efficient.
Yeah, efficient. And speaking of efficient, how about Jalen Green? 11 of 22 for 36 points. Delivered the victory for the Houston Rockets. 7 of 13 from 3. Alperen Şengün, after having 6 points in the first game against the Spurs, he had 12 points, 12 rebounds, and 5 steals, overcoming a 14-point, 20-rebound effort from Wemby. Chris Paul, 16 points, he had just 3 assists. Jeremy Sohan, a team-high 22 points for the Spurs, 9 rebounds, 4 assists. But the Rockets get revenge at San Antonio.
Yeah, they do. They're farther along right now than San Antonio is. But when you mention Wemby, and I hear the stat line again, it's pretty much every time I see him play, I see those stats, I'm always impressed. How long is it going to take before Wemby is the best player in the NBA? You can talk about Tatum, you can talk about Jokic, you can mix in Antetokounmpo and some of the other ones there, but Wemby's already, a top 5 player in the NBA?
At the highest, I'll put him.
Okay. I don't want to go too high on that side, but I think he's probably in the realm of top 5, top 10.
Around that realm.
Okay, that's fair. Alec might be disagreeing with me on that, but I think Wemby's a little bit crazy. You don't see players like him that are that tall and that talented. So we'll continue to monitor his progress, because I feel like it's just the stratosphere for him. The sky's the limit.
Sky is definitely the limit. Oh, Carolina's up 2-1. Martin Necas with the game-breaking goal, and Utah 3-1. Fabian Zetterlund cut it to a 5-1 for San Jose, but Matias Michelli with 2 tonight.
Well, that's a good look there for Alec's second team there for the Canes, alongside Pittsburgh Penguins are inactive today, but not the Steelers. Well, you can get a win for the Canes and the Steelers. It'd be a good night for you.
Oh, yeah.
So we're looking at, on the Fox camera shots, all of the iconic Dodger victories. I think this team would be just as iconic. And again, I continue to ask myself, how the heck did they add Tommy Edman before the playoffs? This team just continues to bring in the stars. Again, Flaherty 5 1/3, Yamamoto 6 innings, Buehler 5 innings. Just 3 earned runs from the starters in almost 3 games of work here. We're deep into this Game 3 of the World Series. John Ott and I with you alongside Alec Nava. It is Daniel Hudson on the mound, the former Diamondback, taking on Anthony Volpe.
Another former National. He got the final out to win the 2019 World Series for Washington. Teammates with Juan Soto back then.
Yes, he was. It's a very good call on your part. Again, former Tigers there, Anibal Sanchez, Max Scherzer, Juan Soto was 19 at the time. He's already hitting free agency again. As Volpe inside fastball. Good call behind the dish. Make it 2-1.
Yeah, not to mention Mr. National, Ryan Zimmerman.
Yeah, Zimmerman was there for a long time. And Mr. is exactly right. He was there his whole career. He was always good, whether he played first, third, or wherever they mixed him in. Always dependable to score runs.
Oh, yeah.
Bullpen ERA this postseason, the 4 losses, 7.32, and the 9 wins, ERA of 1.30. That's quite a turnaround. Volpe will take a middle fastball just for a strike. He had to swing at that. He did not. Make it 3-2.
Yeah, it's over the middle. You can't swing at balls that go outside, but you need to swing at balls that go towards the inside, especially towards the middle. That's a swingable ball.
Yeah, that hit me written all over it. Volpe will take it for a strike. It's a full count. And this will be toward right field. The question is whether it's going to be fair, and this will be foul. Just shy of that chalk line. Make it 3-2. We'll do it again.
Oh, he looked to have one, but no.
Volpe toward right is this one toward that 314 line off the wall and foul. Probably a baseball and a half width foul toward right field. And Volpe will have to do it again. Trying to make up for that swing that he didn't swing at before. He almost drove that for 2 bases. Fans are waiting for something to cheer for right now in the Bronx. They've had to sit on their hands as Hudson about to throw pitch number 7 against Volpe again. He's getting a clean 7th. The Yankees running out of time in their final 9 outs. 3-2 pitch. This one 96, and the bat goes flying right into the Dodger dugout.
That's a weird way to get struck out. You attempt at it, and then you not only he missed at the ball, but the bat goes flying towards one of the dugouts. With all the weird things that we're seeing, this could be up there as well. We had some weird moments in baseball. This, we had another moment, and then another one.
The bat bounces off the top of the railing, then falls back into the dugout as you see Clayton Kershaw and everybody else kind of move back across. Now everybody's having a laugh about it, but you're absolutely right. It seems like every time we're in a broadcast, we see something we never seen before.
Oh, yeah, the George Kirby getting hit by a ball that was thrown by a fan. What in the absolute wide world?
Yeah, that was something I can't believe. I hope that fan was tossed out of that game. I've never seen anything like that, Mark. 0-2 now, Rizzo against Hudson. Again, back goes flying, strikeout of Volpe. Now, Rizzo up against it 0-2. And the Yankees dugout up the camera shot. They're looking a little tense, and this is the time for it. Rizzo doesn't offer at a slider, nowhere close. Make it 1-2.
Yeah, the Giants, they got a touchdown back. Tyrone Tracy, 45 yards out, but they do not convert the 2 points. Which has me wondering, why were they going for 2?
What is the score?
I mean, it was 23-9 beforehand. Now it's 23-15.
Gotcha. Yeah, that is kind of weird to already have to go for 2 there and kind of question that decision making. Try to take the points and then get them after. That's what I always say. 2-2. This one is fouled straight back and amongst the screen. We'll do it again.
Gotta connect if you're Anthony Rizzo. And while you have the best batting average on the team right now, especially with the number of games that you missed, it may need to say something that you need to lead this team knowing your championship pedigree.
2-2 outside. That's a great call by you, Alec. Again, not only with the batting average, but the leadership. He's done it with the Cubs. Wake somebody up. Speaking of waking up, it's now going to be Austin Wells due up next here in exchange for Trevino as they mix that handedness. Full count pitch. Rizzo will follow it off himself. He'll stay alive.
So subbing out Trevino for Wells could be an interesting strategy, but feels like we're seeing a lot of the same things no matter who the catcher.
Yeah, I'm kind of grasping at straws when I look at that batting average. Are we not, Alec? Because it's 0.98 in the postseason batting bingo numbers. That's not what you want. They're showing Garrett Cole right now, trying to figure out some things, trying to will somebody for the Yankees to wake them up. Here's another full count. Rizzo turns on one, fouled on the first base line.
So as I'm seeing it right now, with the ESPN side didn't see it listed just yet, but well, it's an interesting look.
Anthony Rizzo now waiting on pitch number 9. This one hit well. We'll see if it splits the gap. Edmund does a great job cutting it off. He'll hold Rizzo to a single.
Well, and for Daniel Hudson, who is nearing 20 pitches, you wonder how long the leash could be if Dave Roberts says that he has reached that leash. I'd wonder what is the look here. Are they going to put another reliever on? I would think. maybe.
Again, Alec is behind me as far as the TV side, but his calls have been predicting the future as Pryor will come out to the mound. Again, that was a long at-bat between Rizzo that went 9 pitches. For the amount of those throws, they're just going to double-check the scouting report and honestly give him a breather, as now Austin Wells will be the new catcher for the rest of this game. Just 5 runs for the Bronx Bombers, who've done anything but that. 194 average and 4 RBI. That is not like New York. Again, it's not just Judge with the struggles, as Anthony Banda, the left-hander now, starts to get warm for the Dodgers. Wells will dig in a moment.
So I feel it. Oh, they want to give Hudson a breath. Maybe a double play could help him out if Wells is the last guy he is facing.
Yeah, Wells does not want to offer at the first pitch. This is a fastball outside at 98. That's exactly what he's also using as his batting average, so that's not good. Some of the young kids for the Yankees have their rally caps on. This one low on a fastball, make it 2-0. The last thing Hudson wants to do is walk Austin Wells, who's been struggling, as Dave Roberts looks on. Hudson will get the sign from Smith and win on 2-0. Some of the Yankees fans reaching over the steps, just hoping for something. Wells will take a fastball, followed down the third baseline. This will not stay in play for Munson.
I mean, the prayers could be coming if the late inning heroics show up in time. But living off late inning heroics is not a winning strategy.
No, it's not. Again, you have to find a way to get people on base at first. I guess the Yankees forgot that memo. And the Dodgers don't have a ton of hits, but the 2-run shot from Freddie in the first almost made it feel like the game was over the way that this game is being played. We're in the 7th still waiting for a sign. And this one outside, called against Austin Wells, will swell the count to 2-2, not 3-1.
So look to be there, but not enough.
Jack Flaherty chewing on that gum as it's 2-2. This one almost in the same spot, a little bit higher, called correctly outside the zone. We'll see if the Yankees want to get anything going as far as a hit and run or what they will get. Again, I don't want to go ahead of the ESPN box as it's a 3-2 count. Runner at first. Wells takes strike 3, and the struggles continue. He wanted to walk the first, but he got run up.
Oh, so close. And you have to have an eye towards the ball. You need to pay attention to where the pitch is at. And that didn't happen for Wells, who is... I was looking towards the statistics between him and Judge. I was like, what in the absolute world? Aaron Judge, for his postseason struggles, I wonder if he can turn it up. But so far, it's not the case. Neither for him nor Wells. That's on the bottom line. And Hudson's done. Bonda's coming in.
Yeah, it's not a good thing, Alec. And again, you made a great point as far as Wells and Judge. It's not a good thing when your batting averages are similar. Probably not going to spell a lot of success there for the Yankees.
Not at all.
So we'll see what Bonda will do against Verdugo. Again, you're down now essentially to your last 7 outs. You do have a runner at first. Again, forgive me if I'm saying when is it going to happen for the Yankees, but we talk about it in the open, saying this was a must-win for Game 3, and you needed to bring the intensity. I think that's where I'll say this is where my problem is. Where is the energy for this Yankees team? Because they look like they don't have it at all.
Yeah, there is absolutely nothing from the Yankees outside those hits. Those hits need to produce in runs. So far, it's not happening. The closest there was resulted in Giancarlo getting tossed out at home.
Yeah, that was the only thing he had there from the send from third, from being tossed by Teoscar Hernandez. You had Mookie Betts robbing Jazz Chisholm of what could have been a double. That was really the only other times that were turned away from great defensive plays. There was a hit from Judge that was also stopped at second base as they got the lead runner, as Edman was able to get to the bag. But the Yankees had some opportunities to do something. They just have not been able to find anything. And as Alec mentioned too, this Dodger bullpen has been absolutely excellent. The starters have been good. The bullpen's been good. They've got clutch hits. They have Freddie Freeman on their team, which helps. So there really isn't much for me to even say we're back here tomorrow, regardless of what happens. Dodgers go up 3-0. I feel like they might just sweep the Yankees.
Oh, I mean, this is just bad. Just bad for the Yankees. Oh my good. I mean, you look at it, it's just not a good sign. Just 4 runs at LA, and you're not even scoring a run. And Giancarlo, he got tossed out because his lack of speed was exposed on the grandest stage.
Yeah, and again, I feel quite silly, Alec. When we met up for the first time on Friday, and I was pretty optimistic. I said this was going to be a good series, 6-gamer. Judge might break out of some of the stuff. We'll figure it out. If the lights are too bright, he's not going to continue to struggle. I feel like I've gotten almost everything wrong.
I mean, I could join you on that.
I don't really understand. I mean, I know the Dodgers are a really good team, and nothing says otherwise, but I still expected, and I'll put my money where my mouth is, I expected the Yankees to win this game tonight.
Me too. That's what I was at least thinking, even with the pitching matchup.
So 3-0 for Bonda against Verdugo, and all 4 of those missed the zone for Bonda, so 4 pitched walk. They will bring up Gleyber Torres with 2 outs, who has already walked twice today.
And if Torres reaches, you have Juan Soto.
Yeah, you don't want to extend it anymore. You got to kill it right here if you're Bonda. Now it's going to be the lefty-righty side, so you will get the handness advantage for Torres, but not for Soto. Gleyber has been probably one of the better Yankees. 95 splits the plate, taken for a strike, make it 0-1.
So lefty against righty. Normally it would be the righty prevailing against Anthony Bonda, who is a lefty. In fact, he's the only lefty among the high leverage relievers on the Dodgers. Everyone else is a righty.
Yes, they are. This one not particularly close on a slider. See, who else is starting at 1 is Brazier in the bullpen here for the Dodgers, and it's Ryan Brazier's. It's 1-1 count. It's pitch number 7 here for Anthony Bonda against Torres. This one will be followed straight back. Again, for Gleyber in the regular season, 257, 15 home runs, 63 RBI, 80 runs, 65 walks, 136 strikeouts. He will also be a free agent. Yankees runners in scoring position in the World Series are just 3 of 17. I think that tells you everything you need to know. Verdugo is at first. He's the latest runner with the walk. The Yankees got runners at first and second with 2 outs, as Gleyber Torres will get set to dig back in a moment.
181 batting average with runners in scoring position in the ALDS and the ALCS is not what you want if you're the Yankees. I know the Dodgers have a similar statistic in terms of runners in scoring position in this World Series, but they are thriving in every facet because of their pitching.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Alec. Again, you can struggle in one aspect if your pitching is going to pick it up. If you get timely hitting, they're getting all those things right now. The Yankees aren't really getting much of anything. 1-2. Bonda will deliver here. This one will be way down low on a slider, make it 2-2. And the other problem is this. Again, I don't want to bag too much on Aaron Boone, but you and I talked about it in Game 1 with Garrett Cole, and we're thinking, what the heck? You're pulling him out already? It was one of those ones where the Yankees could already, or probably should already have a win in this series, and they're in danger of going on 3-0, as they're going to say Torres offered at it up high. He can't check his swing, and the Yankees punch out.
Wow, it was a very close call. They did check the swing. I'll have to see how far did he extend on this. Gleyber Torres, for as good as he is in the leadoff spot, normally he would capitalize it. They want to check it. Whoa, that was the call for the home plate umpire. They said that he offered at it. That is a borderline call, but I think he might have reached somewhere. He did.
I'll agree with you, Alec, on that side. Borderline, but I'm not gonna sway one way or the other because that's just another opportunity. You had runners in scoring position, and you had one of your hottest hitters, Juan Soto. If Torres would have reached, that's a missed opportunity.
3 of 18 now. We are checking the tracker of how the Yankees are with runners in scoring position for this World Series. Now it's just a measly 3 of 18. Not a recipe for success. He talked about how the Yankees are throughout, but I checked back with the Yankees in that Royals series that they were thriving because they were taking advantage of walks. They're usually a team that takes advantage of the long ball. It's something that they live by, but if they thrive on the long ball, it may be the first thing that they'll succumb to.
Yeah, I agree. Again, when the Yankees are at their best, they will thrive on both. And right now, we're not seeing any of that. The Dodgers, I'm not sure if we go into the World Series, Alec, and say that their bullpen was a strength. I don't think it was a weakness, but I didn't expect them to be this good. You could say that the Yankees got lucky, that they only had to play the teams in the American League Central, but I also don't want to hear that because the Yankees had to deal with the Baltimore Orioles in a very competitive AL East. But that magic seems to be gone, and it certainly feels like the Dodgers are writing their storybook ending, and they could do it as quickly as Tuesday. I know it's top 8th, and you'll get set to take it over, but I'm not seeing anything right now that says the narrative's going to change.
Yeah, as we speak to the Yankees' path of getting to this World Series, I too don't want to hear anything about how they had to face AL Central teams to make it here, considering that, one, the Royal Series was a hard-fought, grueling matchup with close games between the two, and it all came down to saves between Luke Weaver and Lucas Erceg. The Guardians series was a scrappy match, and the Guardians came off a scrappy match themselves against the Tigers. It was a 5-game series, but if anyone watched that series, each game ended up with a maximum of a 3-run differential. It was not a cakewalk by any means. It was uncomfortable for the Yankees, and I feel that is starting to catch up to them.
Well, you get set to take it away in the 8th. It's Clay Holmes doing business against Will Smith.
The number 6 batter in Gleyber Torres, he's still shaking his head at that strike. That's the first pitch down for the middle for Will. 0-1 count, and Clay Holmes still going. That's his 7th pitch of his outing. Austin Wells, the new catcher, because Jose Trevino is done. I have to see what other changes. This one was not even close. So the only change of note was Wells, who was a pinch hitter for Trevino. He's the new catcher.
Yep, that's what it's going to be. And you kind of wonder here if the Yankees, I'm starting to see some empty seats and behind home plate, whether or not they want to get back to the car early.
Well, game's not over until it's over. I mean, you can ask Miami Heat fans who left the arena in Game 6 of the 2013 Finals. You know how that one turned out. Everyone knows how it turned out.
Yeah, you're not wrong when it comes to that. You get frustrated, you pay thousands of dollars to get these seats, you might as well stick it out.
I mean, 2-2 as they check the swing at first base. They say wet, just got enough of it to be called strike 2. So Holmes readies up, 10 pitches in. Aaron Boone is monitoring his outing. Downstairs on the sweeper, 84. Well, just downstairs. Full count.
Just able to take a camera look at the end of it just ahead. And yeah, that was a borderline check swing between Torres. You're definitely right about that one. That was not an easy call to make.
It's a line drive directly to Torres, and maybe something to get his to get his confidence back up because he was in the direct line of sight of that line drive.
And the bullpen carousel continues, my friend. It's going to be Tommy Kahnle as we go to commercial break.
How many more changes will we see?
We saw a lot of those in Game 1. And some of those made me shake my head. Right now, I don't know if we're going to see an inning or an inning and two-thirds here. We may not, considering it's with one on top eight. But I think if you're Aaron Boone at this point, you just use the last couple relievers. You ask Canely to get these final 2 outs, and then you just figure it out. Because it's going to be Luis Hill, as you said. They'll figure that out tomorrow against the bullpen day. I wish I had answers for you as far as the scouting report there for the Yankees and the Dodgers and what they can do, but there's a lot of pressure on the young man, Luis Hill. I mean, he's going to have to probably go 7 innings and give up 1 run.
No, the bigger mystery on my end is why the Yankees didn't think about using Marcus Stroman.
Yeah, why is a veteran of Stroman's caliber even on the roster, as good as he is, if he's not going to be used?
I mean, you called him up from the injured list, and you don't even use him at once. You tried out Nestor Cortez Jr., who returned from the injured list before the World Series, and he lasted 2 pitches in Game 1. He had a heavier workload in this game. And you don't even think about using Marcus Stroman. I don't understand the logic if I'm Aaron Boone. I just don't.
No, I don't either, Alec. And I guess the only thing that can maybe serve him as a warm blanket is the rest of his team's not doing anything either. But that's about the only thing I can say.
Yeah, I just feel that the answers aren't easy ones to make. And wherever it is, it's going to be a hard and complicated answer.
Yeah, it might be a very difficult off season with this is going as well. I don't want to get that far out of myself as we're just in Game 3, but it is a 2-0 World Series lead already for the Dodgers. Here comes Tomlin Canely, 7 2/3, 4 hits, 6 walks, 6 strikeouts in the postseason so far.
I mean, some Yankees fans getting some prayers off to whatever deity they're praying to, whoever they believe. We now go to Canely, and now the question arises about the number of changeups he is going to throw. He has thrown 56 straight changeups, 6 strikeouts in 7 games played, and 7 2/3 innings pitched. So he's frequently utilizing Trevor Hoffman's favorite pitch. That's 57 straight. It's a strike looking.
I gotta believe, Alec, that he's doing some sort of community challenge and nobody else got the memo. It's like those YouTubers that want to do challenge to make the games more interesting. Canely just wants to throw 1 pitch.
You know, I think that may be the thing that he could be doing. I don't know what is up with him, but he's already thrown 57 straight changeups. The 0-1's on its way, and this will be just fouled. There will not be a play at first base, and Gavin Lux dodged a bullet.
Yeah, he did. That was just grazed across that first baseline. Foul.
That's 58 straight changeups now for Canely. So the changeup basically the only pitch that he's throwing as of late. But hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah, at least he's not putting a lot of taxing effort on his arm.
I mean, yeah, that he's got that argument towards him. 0-2 as he is standing on the mound. Now delivers. 59 straight changeup. This one downstairs. You know, now Joe Davis and John Smoltz play a game of how many changeups will he go before he goes to another pitch, and one of them said 64 straight. There's 60. Oh, he gets a friendly call. It's to the right of the zone, and he punches out Gavin Lux.
Alec, we're going to have a development here. You take it away.
Well, Outer Vision is seeing something that is ahead of me. But Kike Hernandez, who is 2 for 3 this far, 2 base hits, and RBI. 310. Kike batted home Gavin Lux. So Canely charges up. There it is. We do not have a changeup this time around. That's his first pitch in 60 tries in which he has not thrown a changeup. I mean, challenge completed. How many changeups will he go to? 60 straight. Swing and a miss from Kike, and Canely goes back to all reliable.
Man, we gotta have some fun during the broadcast, do we not? Even everyone else on the Fox side had fun and said, "There it is."
As Ryan Brazier is warming up, skied up. This will be at shallow right. Who wants it? Called for simultaneously by Soto and Rizzo. Rizzo was right in front of Soto.
Just give me 1 second. I'm just typing in a couple more notes. I'll be right back.
Alright then, so I'll give you guys the reset here in this 4-0 ball game. All the scoring was done in the first 6 innings. It was Freddie Freeman. Third straight game of a home run. He has 3 in as many World Series games. It's his first 3 postseason home runs. This one is a 2-run shot. He and Shohei Ohtani leaned away in the first inning. They start the scoring for LA, getting them up 2-0. It was made 3-0 thanks to Mookie Betts' RBI base hit, scoring in Tommy Edman from second base. No play at home plate as a base hit to right field. Juan Soto could not get the throw all the way. Kike Hernandez of a base hit through center. Gavin Lux reached safely at home as the throw was slightly late to Jose Trevino. That's where we are right now. 4-0 LA. Clark Schmidt didn't make it out the third inning. He allowed 2 hits, 3 earned runs, 4 walks, striking out just 3 batters. For LA, Walker Buehler looking like the Buehler of old, going 5 innings, allowing just 2 hits, 2 walks, and striking out 5. That's where we are right now. Ryan Brazier is going to be up next for the Dodgers at the mound.
And we'll see if anything else changes right now. Alec gave you an excellent reset, kind of set you right where we are in this game. And that's kind of where we've been. Again, Game 1 was very exciting with the walk-off grand slam. Game 2 had its own inroads. Game 3 hasn't really brought a lot of excitement unless you are a Dodgers fan. You got the thunder from Freddie Freeman there early, but they've been able to cruise essentially in this one. It's 4 runs, 5 hits, no errors. Just 4 hits for the Yankees with 1 error, and that's it. The Brazier, as Alec mentioned, against Juan Soto, due up first.
So he's going to lead off for the Yanks. Aaron Judge is right behind him, and the never-ending question, when will Judge deliver?
If not when, I mean, that's the only other time he can deliver, Alec, is tomorrow. If he doesn't do that, then it's over. So, you know, David Ortiz always says there is no tomorrow. Technically, that's not true, but the Dodgers are making the Yankees run out of tomorrows, that's for sure.
I mean, it's just uncomfortable for the Yankees. They'd never thought about a World Series that could end in a sweep. It feels like we're trending towards that territory.
We'll see what Brazier can do here against Juan Soto. Can Juan come through? Can Judge do something? We're waiting for answers.
Some of the remaining fans are on their feet here for Juan Soto. This first pitch is outside right. 0 for 2 is Soto. Walked in the 6th inning. 333 batting average with 4 home runs. And the majority of them have been go-ahead home runs. Did he go? Don't check the swing at third. He is safe and went downstairs. 2-0.
Sample size for what it is Chris Taylor now is the new defensive replacement in left for Teoscar. 0 for 5, 3 strikeouts for Brazier against Soto.
Right center. So there's something. The Brazier, he does have the upper hand on Juan Soto career-wise. We'll see if this continues to reign true after this sequence. 2-1 count. This pitch, foul tipped. 2-2 as this one bounced off of Will Smith's chest plate.
Yeah, it bounced off the chest plate. Someone was looking to hit him in the head after that swing through, but he's no worse for wear there. Aaron Judge to give him a camera shot of sitting on deck. Where is he going to bat even tomorrow? Is he still going to be in the middle of the order? They need something as Soto gets set to dig back in.
They check the swing at third base again. He is safe again. So that's 2 times in a sequence which he almost went at a ball that went down low. But he is safe as he retracted back on time. Count is full for Soto. World Series champion with the Nats. when he wanted with Max Scherzer, Steven Strasburg, Ryan Zimmerman, Anthony Rendon, and all of that company. Line drive for right, backing up his bets. Johnny on the spot on the chase down. One up, one away.
All eyes on number 99 now. Again, they always say rise for the Judge. I don't know how many people are going to be standing here at this point if Judge continues to not come through here. He needs to find something. He's got to find, even if the Yankees don't win this game, Alec, he's got to get ahead.
We got the celebrity watch right now. Billy Crystal, Spike Lee. So you have a first pitch ball. So Billy Crystal, Spike Lee, Roy Giamatti, Rick Pitino. Hey, how about for something for hockey fans, Chris Chelios?
I'm wondering why Chris Chelios was there. Maybe because he just wants to be.
I guess. Top left corner, 1-1. And hey, even more for hockey fans, Kenny Albert in attendance.
They must have a TNT crew or something like that working. I understand Kenny Albert, though.
I mean, he does work for both Fox and TNT.
Yes.
Fox for NFL and MLB broadcasts, TNT when it comes to the hockey broadcast. He's their lead guy. I guess there may be something upcoming on a Wednesday. I'm just not sure if I have to check a schedule here. Well, I may need to check the NHL schedule for Wednesday, considering what's upcoming. Maybe there is something for the NHL on TNT on that night at New York. I'm just not sure. 1-2 for Judge. Outside left. As it is on the TNT side, well, not a lot. Well, the only TNT game, that game is the Golden Knights and Kings. Full count for Judge. So it makes it interesting why Chelios and Albert are here. Brazier on this payoff. And Judge will walk.
Got something to feel good about, and the fans starting to clap. It's going to leave it up now to Giancarlo Stanton. He's been really good this game. He's been really good throughout this series.
And a question, if I am the Dodgers, do you intentionally walk Giancarlo so that you face Jazz Chisholm Jr.? I would believe so.
You could actually make that argument, Alec, and you would be correct because nobody else has shown up, so I don't mind it. We'll see if Brazier attacks him here.
And he is a heavy swing and a miss here for Giancarlo on the first pitch. He is 2 for 3 tonight. The rest of the team is a combined 2 of 22.
Yikes. And that looked like he was on time almost for that fastball as well. So you got to be careful if you're Brazier.
1-1. And if I'm Ryan Brazier, or high leverage reliever, you want to fit it perfectly on through the wave for Giancarlo.
Yeah, you do. You can't give him something to hit to just change this game potentially. You got to go after him, though, and locate something well.
1-2 as he swung and missed, so there's something there for Brazier. And on deck is Jazz Chisholm Jr. if there's no double play. The 1-2. Got him looking! Top center, see you later!
He just wasn't ready for the breaking ball, Alec. It's right there. He's sitting waiting for a fastball that he wants to kill to get a 2-run shot. Brazier gave him the surprise. He didn't like what he saw.
Oh, so the reliever still doing the job here for the Dodgers, still to this day, and Yankees fans shaking their heads. So the prayers may not be answered right now. So first pitch, inside bottom center for Jazz Chisholm Jr. 0-1.
So how about this one for you? The last time the Yankees were shut out in the World Series, 2003, Game 6 against the Jim Leyland-led Marlins.
0-2 as another fastball fed it on the right line, but for the Dodgers to be able to accompany the last time the Yankees were shut out in a World Series game, the Jim Leyland-led Florida Marlins back then. That was their name. They were now renamed the Miami Marlins because it's of state reasons in which they were named the Florida Marlins. Well, yeah, you do have the Florida Panthers who play in the Miami, Fort Lauderdale area, and they're still named the Florida Panthers to this day.
Yeah, it's interesting, Alec, the way that it's gone down for Florida sports. It used to be rough, It's not rough anymore.
I mean, a Super Bowl and 3 Stanley Cups in this decade for Florida sports. And not to mention the finals appearances of the Miami Heat as well. 0-2 downstairs. So Jazz will have a 1-2 count. Judge at first on the walk. Oh my goodness, this game will not end between the Steelers and Giants. Back and forth. It's a foul tip. It is not towards the catching glove of Will Smith. Remains a 1-2 count.
What's going on with the Steelers? Is it good news or bad news?
I mean, it almost was over. Almost. But this game will not end. The Giants have the ball, but it's a Monday night primetime game. Foul left. The Steelers haven't lost a Monday night game since the 90s. Well, I'm lying on that. Sorry. Because I remember that loss against the Bengals with Ryan Finley under center. It still haunts me to this day. 1-2. Big swing and a miss. Chased the ball that went upstairs. Brazier put him away on the fastball. 4-0 LA. Headed to the ninth.
That's the way that it's gone. The Los Angeles Dodgers, everything they roll, every card they turn keeps going up aces. It's all sevens right now. The Dodgers have the Yankees in the rocking chair. They're on the brink, going up 3-0 in this World Series against the New York Yankees. Who would have thought? I definitely didn't. Again, the Yankees still have 3 more outs, but the Dodgers, 1 more chance at the bat rack as they'll get set to take the ninth. I honestly feel, Alec, I know you got to take Game 1 home in extra inning fashion, and it was fun, and it was one of the most memorable things we ever saw. I think this one is going to close out pretty nicely here for the Dodgers. I think it'll be quiet.
I mean, the Dodgers certainly aren't quiet. Yeah, I know the Yankees are used to close games. The Dodgers are too. And even though this one doesn't seem like a close game based on the level of play that LA is having, but there is just nothing for the Yankees. When Giancarlo Stanton has most of the production here and no one else does, that is not a good look on your team. That Stanton is 2 for 4. Volpe and Rizzo, a combined 2 of 6. And everyone else, that big 0 for. It's not helping them.
No, it's not. And again, I think it's something... I want to make myself sound smarter than I actually am, but I don't think it's something that a lot of us predicted. I didn't really expect it to go down like this, but if you're the Dodgers, think about all the injuries that you had to deal with. You've not been able to use Ohtani to pitch at all. You had to go through all that stuff just to try to get in the postseason. The NL West is competitive. All the Arizona Diamondbacks, didn't they get burned on the last day of the regular season after some of the weather issues? It was the Braves and Mets that had to play the doubleheader, and because of the result of that, both the Braves and Mets got in because they split. The Dodgers had to, or the Diamondbacks had to go home.
And more to that, everyone, the Braves, Mets, and Diamondbacks won on what was supposed to be the final day of the regular season. All the Diamondbacks needed to do was that the Mets sweep the Braves. The Braves snuck in on a 3-0 victory, but looking at them, I felt like the Diamondbacks were a better team than the Braves. If you look at how injured front and back the Braves were. No Ronald Acuna Jr., no Spencer Strider. Everyone, Austin Riley hurt for 1 bit. Matt Olson hurt for 1 bit. There's injuries back and forth that they had no shot of beating the Padres. None.
Yeah, didn't think so. And again, in the mix of the Padres, all of that, you thought that they could have taken it, as Alec mentioned. I thought the Diamondbacks, they would have been able to get in. Again, if they were in a different division, not the NL West, they would have gotten in. But the NL West was competitive. The Dodgers able to fight through some injuries. They had Tommy Edman, changed some things, and now they are pretty much a day away from lifting the trophy here, if they can do so. Again, that doesn't mean the Yankees can't win a bullpen day tomorrow. But you can tell me, you can ask Alec or myself, whether or not you think the story is going to change. Because right now, we're going to tell you there's no answers. As Canley still trying to do some work inside, Edmund will take it. It's 1-2.
So, another fastball from Tommy Canley. So, What to hell with the changeup streak?
I guess, right? We're going to start a new one. Just do all fastballs. 87 now for Chisholm. Tommy Canely Tommy Edman. Tommy Edman was running really well down the first base line, but that is an out. Chisholm got there in time as the MLB has given out some more initiatives there for schools, being able to build some more rooms and technology centers and all that as they're showing it across. Again, the Yankees would like to watch more of that rather than showing you what's on the field right now, because it's been ugly. I don't know how many times I can say it in different words, but it really is the only thing we got. We may have a pitching change as we go to commercial half and half. They showed Ohtani at the iPad, but we'll take a break. We'll come right back.
So it seems that they're saying on the ESPN site they're bringing out Luke Weaver for the last 2 outs at the top of the ninth. And he's going to face Ohtani and Betts and Freeman if either one of these two reach. I know for a fact that some teams would want to use their closers for high leverage situations. And indeed, it is a high leverage situation. It may be a last measure of trying to get some momentum back and snatch it away from the Dodgers if you bring out your closer.
Okay, so again, let me preface this by saying it's 4-0 and the Yankees have been shut down. But I do have to criticize the managerial decision. Why are you burning your closer in a game when you could need him tomorrow?
Oh, I don't know. Reasons?
I guess. I mean, we talk about it a little bit in Game 1. I didn't want to pile on Aaron Boone too much, but it certainly felt like, Alec, I want to get your clarification. Garrett Cole was in cruise control, wasn't he?
He was.
You bring in Garrett Cole with the Yankees to go ahead and do some damage and make sure you win the Game 1 that you should have had. And now you're going to burn your closer, Luke Weaver. Unless Luke Weaver makes it where it goes to 7 to 10 pitches, then fine. We can grasp at straws, and I can agree it's okay. If Luke Weaver has to throw 15, 20 pitches, that's going to be a completely just awful decision going into tomorrow.
Geez, yeah, I don't want to imagine it. Is it out of the equation to get Garrett Cole onto the mound for Game 4?
You know what, Alec? I'm going to say it. I agree. I think if you go to the 7th, 8th, 9th, and the game is close and the Yankees have a chance to close it down, I'm certainly not doing the Nestor Cortez experiment again, I'll tell you that, not in the 10th. So if Garrett Cole gives me a chance to get some outs and the Yankees have the lead tomorrow, I'm using them. You have to. You got to win a game to play the next one.
Yeah. I know for a fact that the Dodgers still have their bullpen game tomorrow in that same area. We don't know who exactly is going to start out as the opener, but I would definitely want to have Garrett Cole as the man at the mound to start things off for the Yankees. It's do or die.
Right. You have to throw your best arms out there that are going to be able to get you outs, and you have to get some hits if you want to win the game. You got to take something. I don't know how I have to say this, and I can't believe I have to, but you have to avoid getting swept. So if Garrett Cole, if there's a chance, he's got to pitch tomorrow. I completely agree. As it's 0-1 for Ohtani, make it 1-1. I didn't expect that Luke Weaver was going to be on the mound already again, as they're showing some of the stuff in World Series Game 2. And off the tag, it looked like that's where Ohtani might have gotten injured there, Alec. I know you saw it, where they showed him writhing in pain.
Ugh, that's rough going. See, yeah, he was writhing in pain in Game 2. He dropped his shoulder, put too much pressure on that shoulder, and he's lucky to not have it be a complete dislocation of the shoulder, because that looked worse than we thought it was.
Yeah, and now that I'm looking, again, I'm a little bit ahead of you on this side of it, but I see a pitch spiked in the dirt, and it looks like it might have gotten a piece of Ohtani's right cleat. That's going to be a hit by pitch. So Ohtani, again, doesn't really have to swing the bat. And let me see what they're going to call here. They're going to challenge the hit by pitch call, though, the Yankees. They got nothing to lose at this point.
I mean, did the catching glove of Austin Wells reach in before it hit Ohtani's cleat?
I think that's the argument that they're going to try to make, Alec, but I'm going to say with the naked eye that it did not.
Yeah, I don't think so. It didn't make it there in time.
So Ohtani, again, we can say this, Alec. He had a walk to begin the game. He got a hit by pitch now. He's already reached twice, essentially, without even having to swing the bat.
Yeah.
So they're showing Ohtani with a smile on his face. I think everything else is going to stand there. He knows he got hit in the cleat. And again, as Alec mentioned, we got a chance to look at that again a couple more times. Luke Weaver surrenders a hit by pitch. It's pretty much the softest hit by pitch that you could ask for Ohtani. So that's good on that end, at least. But this will leave it up to Mookie Betts. Again, I am starting to see more empty seats for those ones close to home plate now. So that'll tell you what it is. As a cutter will miss outside, make it 1-0.
Oh yeah, it's been a while since I last checked on the hockey scores. Carolina, 3-1. How about it?
I'll definitely take that one, Alec. Again, Vancouver and Carolina. If we weren't doing the World Series, that could have been a game that we would have covered tonight. That's a good one.
Could have been. Well, Mookie Betts, he's still going strong defensively. How about the Bats?
Yeah, he's been good at the bat rack. He's been good defensively. Hell, everything the Dodgers have done has been good. And you really can't say otherwise. They took complete control of this Game 3 from the word go. Mookie Betts, this should be a tailor-made double play. As Ohtani, Betts, no problem there. Yankees, it's their final chance. It's the final countdown almost, Alex. 6, 7, and 8. Volpe, Rizzo, and Wells.
On a 6-4 double play to bring us to the bottom of this ninth inning. So last breath for the Bronx Bombers. It was just as easy as it goes for a double play. Nothing too spectacular like an 8-5 with the Braves. Michael Harris, Austin Riley, Matt Olson, and tagging out Bryce Harper. But nonetheless, double play, it can help you. Now that it's the ninth inning, you need to have this go for the Yankees. You need everything on the line here. It's either at the face of a sweep or a 2-1 series lead for the Dodgers by the end of this night, even for as much of a miracle as it would be for the Yankees to pull this one off.
Yeah, and you can make the argument, Alec. Again, we've done so already from Game 1. This should already be a win for the Yankees. They should have won Game 1 to keep Garrett Cole on the mound, but they did not, and they're going to pay the price for it. They could be down 3-0 after these next 3 outs. We'll see what we get. So I know Alec gave it the reset, but I just want to reiterate this. Again, Walker Buehler hasn't pitched much over the last 3 years. He goes 5 scoreless, 2 hits, 2 walks, 5 strikeouts. Granted, that does happen because we saw Matthew Boyd pitch very well against the Tigers as a member of the Guardians. But this is what she had left. To combine the last 3 innings, it was Bruce Dog Gratterall, Alex Vesia, Daniel Hudson, Anthony Bonda, Ryan Brazier, and now Michael Kopech. But it's only 2 hits given up by the Dodger bullpen the rest of the way.
So my belief is, and why they're not trotting out Trinan, is because he already was used up a lot in Game 2. He already threw 30 plus pitches in Game 2. So I feel that's why they're going with Kopech as their closing pitcher if I'm the Dodgers here. Trinan, if there's any emergency case. You want to make sure that Trinan is well rested for Game 4, given that Game 4 is likely going to be a bullpen game. So in that case, you may try some long relievers like Ben Kasparius or Brent Honeywell, Landon Knack for that instance. But having Kopech as your closing pitcher may be a good idea here.
So I can at least say this. As far as the ninth inning, I mean, I haven't had to mess up the voice too much because Alec's been here with me. We've been splitting this one half and half, but really hasn't been much to get excited about for the Yankees, so voice is in good shape. I feel like I could still call another 9 innings the way that this game has gone right now, but let's go. I mean, you want to see something. You want to see, Alec, as low of a bar as this is, something to feel good about heading into tomorrow.
Yeah, some more of confidence to head to tomorrow. You need to get that going for you. Confidence.
So 7, 8, 9, bottom of the order against Michael Kopech. Again, I remember him as a little bit of a starter there alongside the Chicago White Sox not too long ago. But now he's coming out of the bullpen. He's a flamethrower. he's pretty good. As Alec mentioned, you don't want to mess up too much for Blake Treinen and make sure he's get that off day. As Giancarlo Stanton would like to be able to get back to the bat rack, but that's going to take a heck of a long time before that's going to happen. The Yankees would have to rally 1-1 as Volpe, 97. This one followed straight back, make it 1-2.
So Kopech still has that flamethrower in him. I feel he's thriving more in that reliever role as opposed to that starting role they had with the White Sox. So back at the reliever, he is getting his job done.
A slider not close and high, and Volpe's going to sit down.
Think he went after it.
Yes, he did. He went after that and missed it completely. And you're right about Kopech. I think this is his role. Other than Tommy Edman, I would say maybe some of the additions for the Dodgers have been low-key, but everybody's been able to do their job.
Tommy Edman, for example, Teoscar Hernandez as well. Some of the big splashes also paid off for them. Shohei Ohtani, Yoshinobu Yamamoto, they paid off and then some. It's not just the low-key additions, but also the big splashes they made in the offseason. At the deadline, it was the low-key additions in which they added Edman, Kopech. Those two come to mind.
No, you're absolutely right. The offseason ones were anything but low-key. That was really exciting when Shohei Ohtani made his way to the member of the Dodgers. You feel for the Angels because he pretty much just walked across the street.
I mean, when you give Ohtani a contract that's worth more than the collective GDP of several countries in this world, that's a wowzers.
Yes, it is. 3-1. Again, Kopech in this sequence, as it's the first strike, he did just throw 101 on his last pitch. My goodness. As it's a 3-1 now. This one 99. This one in the zone, but called the ball. And Rizzo will take a walk.
And the last time we saw a shutout at Yankee Stadium would be this current Yankee Stadium or the old Yankee Stadium, and it's in the World Series nonetheless. You have to go back to 1955 in Dodger history, back when they were playing in Brooklyn.
My goodness, way to go back into history. Thanks for that one. That just tells you how much pain the Yankees are facing right now. Austin Wells will follow this one straight back. We'll get a new baseball.
We're getting a replay back at the 2003 Florida Marlins when they won the World Series to shock the New York Yankees. And that has to be memorable for them in upsetting the evil empire.
This one not close on a cutter, gets dive bomb into the dirt. Again, Austin Wells will get his second plate appearance of the day as the Yankees are down to their final 2 outs. They have nothing to cheer about in this game. Freddie Freeman started it off with a 2-run tank. Mookie Betts with a single, and then just some good defensive plays there for the Dodgers after another run was added a little bit later in this contest in toward 6th. It's 4-0. It is a 1-2 count against Austin Wells. The way that he's been batting, you really can't think that he's going to get a hit. You got to try to battle, though, get a walk, get something. As Kopech is about to throw pitch number 13. He'll get the sign from Will Smith. We'll check the runner at first and Rizzo, who just walked. And now we'll wait and see what happens here. Kopech delivers. That's at 100. Will be followed straight back and amongst the screen again.
Triple digits are of the norm for him in this reliever role. You want to have this go.
Yeah, I feel pretty good. And as you said, he feels right at home in the mix of what this Dodger bullpen can do. He can just unleash the beast. This one spiked into the dirt. This is going to allow Rizzo to take second. And maybe the Yankees are 90 feet closer away from scoring their first run of the ball game here in the 9th.
Well, I don't want to give them too much hope because of their bad track record with runners in scoring position. Got away from Smith, but it did move the guy from first to second base 90 feet closer. But this is when Austin Wells needs to get something. Anything.
Yeah, he has to, Alec. Again, now Treinen starting to warm. Austin Wells will pop it straight up in the air. Right to Freddie Freeman, makes the catch. 2 outs away. I guess the one good thing for the Yankees is they're 1 out away from this game being over.
I mean, that may be the only solace of good news for them because this entire game felt like torture for them. Even Derek Jeter threw the ceremonial pitch. Well, Big Papi might have a smirk on his face.
I know what he's going to say to Derek Jeter. The Yankees lose.
Oh my goodness.
He's waiting on that one. We all know it. As Alex Verdugo is the last hope. And Alec, this game has been nothing but nails for you and I. I've enjoyed working with you as always, but I am shocked at what we're seeing is 0-2. How do you do? 101 mile an hour fastball. Yankees down to their last strike.
Absolute bullet from Michael Kopech. 101. That's when you know you got a stud on your bullpen.
Yankees down to their final strike. Verdugo's the last batter. It's at 100 and will do it again. Followed straight back.
It's not exactly Aroldis Chapman 105 style, but he can still deliver absolute flamethrowers.
Yeah, I still want to know how Aroldis Chapman's still throwing in the high 100s, even at this point in his career. It baffles my mind. He's got a golden arm. 0-2 again. This one 98. This one hit pretty far, and it is gone. Alex Verdugo on his final strike delivers a 2-run tank. I guess we're not done yet.
No, we're not. That was Sky from Verdugo, probably giving some hope as we go to Gleyber Torres back at the top of this order. He walked twice, delivered to the front row. Any other ballpark would have held that, but not Yankee Stadium.
Of course not Yankee Stadium, but the Yankees still have some work to do.
Yes, they do. And again, as you just joined in, this was the only sign of life that the Yankees have been able to show you all day. And you boys are exactly right. I mean, any other bandbox ballpark, that's an easy out all day. Gleyber Torres probably is the one guy that the Yankees do want at the bat rack now because he's had a good eye. He's walked a couple times. And you do have Treinen getting warm. I think he's ready if they need to get this final out. But he's 0 for 2, 2 walks. Gleyber Torres will be the last hope again. We'll try to do this one more time.
Maybe something of a spark of life. Michael Kopech, he did get an award, but this ballpark has come alive again. Maybe for one last time, or maybe another time. Who knows?
1-1 is the count. 1 Soto. Should Torres reach, will be due up next. Dodgers were up 4-0. They're trying to win this one to go up 3-0 in the World Series. Torres takes 100. This is on the inside black. It's 1-2. Yankees down to their final strike one more time.
And Soto's 0 for 3. Maybe this could be the moment if Torres reaches that Soto would pull through and tie it up if Torres gets on the base.
Cutter misses upstairs. Michael Kopech now starting to throw a lot of pitches. This was his clean ninth. Verdugo just hit a 2-run tank to get it closer. Gleyber, this is going to go right to Edmonds. Spin throw. And the Dodgers win this one 4-2. They're up 3-0 in the World Series.
Oh my. Okay, gentlemen. There are 4 more possible games, but I will say this right now. If the Yankees get swept, they will be the greatest failure in the World Series, hands down. I mean, think about it, right? With the amount of money that they spend every year, to the level of talent that they have on their team, the fact is, they're down 3-0 to the Dodgers in the World Series, and we had to hear it. The Yankees had the easiest path to the World Series ever.
Yep.
Despite all that, they were not able to sweep either of their opponents, and yet here they are, 1 game away from being swept in the World Series.
Put it like this, Ian. that it was both hard-fought matches against both the Royals and the Guardians, and each game was tight. It was no cakewalk for the Yankees. They had to survive grueling dogfights with their opponents.
Before I jump out of here, Ian, I want to ask you this because you're in here. I know I had this discussion with Alec and we came to the agreement. And by no means, I know that we're not Yankees fans, not Dodgers fans, but I do want to ask you objectively. Did Aaron Boone make a mistake taking Garrett Cole out early in Game 1?
Oh, yeah. Because, so, my brain's a bit fuzzy on the game, John, but I know you're a stats guy. You probably have recorded. What was Cole's stat line before he got pulled?
I mean, Alec, he was underneath 87 pitches. He had about 7 strikeouts. He only given up the 1 run.
I mean, and how many innings had he gone? Like 5, 6?
6. 88 pitches in 6 innings.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, you could have easily stretched that. And if he was cooking with his pitches, he could have easily gotten you 7, and then you would have only had to worry about 2. But no, actually, Alec, it was actually our favorite. It was actually one of our most talked about YouTubers who said it. Aaron Tree said Aaron Boone decided to outmanager Dave Roberts, because as we all know, Dave Roberts has a reputation in the big moments to get too cute with his bullpen. That in Game 1, Boone made the mistake of going to Nestor Cortez instead of either Tim Hill or, you know what? I may be ill-advised to say this. I would have trusted Luke Weaver against both Shohei Ohtani and Freddie Freeman, because Weaver has been lights out nearly this entire postseason.
All right, here's the problem. Luke Weaver was already used up by then.
Oh, damn. Well, despite that, didn't they also have Tim Hill?
Yeah, they had Tim Hill at their disposal. Tommy Kahnle was used up. He lasted only 8 pitches. Clay Holmes lasted just 5 pitches. You see where you're going there with the overmanaging the bullpen? That's your point.
So, if you were so worried about that, why use Weaver? Because did they use Weaver right after Cole?
They used Weaver right after Kahnle.
Right after Kahnle, who was used after Cole, who didn't even see until the end of the inning.
That's mismanagement 101. And your point is well taken about Dave Roberts, because Alec and I said the same thing. I had to ask you, again, that probably doesn't change the way this series goes, but I would think at least the Yankees would already have 1 win, because this was an absolute stinker. And I'm going to say this honestly, I don't think even in a bullpen game tomorrow, I think Alec and I are getting ready to do our last game of the World Series. I don't see the Yankees winning tomorrow at all.
Well, let's see. Do the Dodgers do a bullpen game, or who would be the scheduled starter if there is one?
They're going for bullpen game tomorrow because they only have 3 starters on the lineup, because Landon Knack is more listed as a reliever, but a long reliever, given that he is technically a starter, but he plays as a reliever. They're going for an opener for Game 4. The Yankees are starting Luis Gil in Game 4, but I would imagine that now with these 3 losses, Garrett Cole becomes available for the Yankees.
Oh, well, if they're going to try and have Garrett Cole bail them out, it's not going to happen.
And no, it might not, but I agree with Alec that they might try to use him. But you know what the thing I would say is, before I get out of here, if I'm Garrett Cole and Aaron Boone says, hey, go out there, and he goes, oh, you want to use me now? You could have used me in Game 1.
Yeah.
Point properly taken.
Yeah. So, you boys, you take care. I think tomorrow will be the last meetup for all three of us, depending on how that goes. I hope everything goes well for you on the weekend side, and I'll be busy with plans, but I'm not expecting to be missing any of these games in the World Series unless the Yankees show us something different.
Me neither.
And like I stated before, if the Yankees get swept in this World Series, it will be... I would chalk this up to probably the most humiliating World Series loss for any team in recent memory, and that's including the blown 3-1 series lead that the Indians had, that the then Indians had over the Cubs. Just because the Yankees, simply because of who the Yankees are and how much we've heard them talk.
Right. Mm-hmm. So I would say get prepared, gentlemen. Anyone listening on the Twitch, YouTube, Space, everything else, we might have a live roasting session after the game tomorrow. So be ready.
All right. Getting everything ready.
We'll see you guys. Have a good one.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.